Thank you all for taking the time to be here today. I'm going to be facilitating the public comment portion of today's meeting. And on behalf of the department, I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to be here today and making it out here. Today's meeting is subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, which preserves the public transparency of the panel's discussion and decisions. So as a reminder, we ask that panel members refrain from speaking about topics outside of today's meeting. Before we get started, I just want to get the housekeeping points out of the way. So first, please take a moment to look around and locate 2 exits in the event that we have an emergency and you need to leave the room. In the event that we have to do that, please take your personal belongings with you and exit down the stairs. Do not use the elevators. If we need to leave the building entirely, our relocation spot is going to be located diagonally to the southwest of the Cal EPA building in the park across the street. Bathrooms are located outside of the door. The women's restroom is located outside to the right, and that is also where the water fountain is. And then the men's restroom is located down the hall to the left. One last thing, in order to remain in fire code, we ask that you do not move the seating arrangements that are set up today in the room. And then a quick note on the audio. So the microphones have been set up on the tables so that you don't need to hold them closely to you. They should be able to pick up your voice so that our online attendees can hear you. So with that, I would like to introduce Robin Christensen, our Deputy Director of the Safer Consumer Products Program, for some opening remarks. Robin, I'm going to hand it off to you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Alex, and thank you everyone for being here today. There we go, right? Okay. So yes, my name is Robin Christensen. I am the Deputy Director of the Safer Consumer Products Program, and I'm really happy to share with you today what we've been up to at Safer Consumer Products. Now, of course, here is our authority, the Green Chemistry Law, as modified by SB 502 and codified in the California Code of Regulations. But what you are here today for is an update on our progress. So I'm really happy to share with you our currently active projects across multiple stages of the program. Today, I'll be telling you a little bit more about each one of these stages in the process, but let me give you a high level about the volume of work that SCP has been up to. Since we last met in November, we have been very busy. And this quantifies all of the active product chemical projects that we have at each state in that process, from screening to our background research, to our profile development, and then rulemaking and post-regulatory work. But what I'd like to draw your attention to here is actually the sheer number of rulemaking projects that we have going on concurrently at this point in time. We have active rulemakings to list 5 priority products, 3 candidate chemical rulemaking packages, and 2 other rulemakings to address changes to our framework. I think this is a great workload for us to be carrying concurrently, and I think it's also testament to this program's growth and maturity. I want to have a big thank you, not just to the rulemaking team, but also to the SCP timeline team who made my job so easy in putting this slide together. I also want to just acknowledge that we have a brand new SCP timeline update, which is available as of, I believe, yesterday afternoon, available on our website at dtsc.ca.gov/SCP. That's our landing page, and scroll down to find updates for all of our projects on that timeline. So let me tell you a little bit more about our work related to our product chemical research. We are still in early stages of research into our microplastics product research. This team has released a background document in November of 2025 seeking information regarding consumer products that contain or may generate microplastics. And we included in that some requests for additional data on exposures and adverse impacts. We also requested information from the public and from industry regarding the availability and the feasibility of alternatives, as well as methods to reduce harm from microplastics. This is, of course, part of a larger statewide strategy, which is focused on mitigating harm from microplastics in our environments and to human health. That statewide strategy is analyzing microplastics, looking at multiple different venues, including things like research, mitigation, treatment, and source reduction. The Safer Consumer Products Program and our model has a great potential for that upstream prevention angle and incentivizing the market towards safer alternatives. This workshop received a great deal of interest from the public, including 499 attendees, the most we've ever had, and 44 public comments received, largely supportive of our efforts. We are currently evaluating that volume of information to determine our next steps. Moving on to one of our profiles. Floor maintenance products containing PFAS or PFAS have evidence of impact to humans and our ecosystems, sending PFAS directly down the drain into the environment during the application and cleaning process, and also potential airborne exposures during the application of these products in our homes and our workplaces. We released this profile in February and held a workshop in March. That comment period closed at the end of March, and we received 5 comments, which represented a range of perspectives. This project is part of our department's overall PFAS strategy, of course, and our next steps as a program will be for us to evaluate that feedback from the public and from the external scientific peer review process before we move into rulemaking. Next up, we released another profile literally the same week and held a workshop the same week as our PFAS and floor polishes profile. It was a busy spring for us. And I'm happy to report that this profile examining butylparaben and formaldehyde releasers and skin-applied leave-on products was released as planned in late February. If you recall from our November meeting, this was a profile which was proceeding at a breakneck pace, and the team did meet their target deadlines. Congratulations to the team on that. Similar to PFAS and floor maintenance products, this document is now currently in external scientific peer review, and we will be using the information that we received from SPER, or scientific peer review, along with our input from the public to help inform our next steps on this. Now, not all of our research leads directly to a priority product listing. For some specific projects, we elect to release what is known as a decision document. In the past several months, we've released 2 such decision documents. Now, as part of our work involving children's products and the background document that we released last year, we looked into whether and to what degree children may be exposed to styrene through common products such as toys. Now, the information that we received following the release of that background document confirmed that industry is actively working to reduce styrene contamination, and we found no evidence of harmful exposures. For this reason, we've released this decision document with recommending no regulatory action under Safer Consumer Products framework. Our intimate care products research told a different story. While the team evaluated over 25 chemicals in 3 product categories, they identified that there remain many data gaps and uncertainties. And to that end, we are taking no regulatory action now, and we encourage further research in this area. All right, moving on to rulemaking. I'm very pleased to announce that DTSC has recently issued a notice of proposed action announcing our intent to regulate 1,4-dioxane in multiple products. So this will be 2 priority products with one rulemaking package. 1,4-dioxane is persistent, mobile, and a toxic chemical that's a byproduct of ethoxylated surfactants. It's found in many personal care products and cleaning products, and it's a concern for human health and for water systems. This listing will support the State Water Resources Control Board forward and meeting its policy goals for recycled water, and it will lessen the treatment burden on California's water recycling agencies. We received 6 public comments, 2 in support and 4 from trade associations requesting modifications. And we are currently in a 15-day public comment period for some of those changes, including another non-substantive change. Moving forward to some of our other other rulemakings, new candidate chemicals. We have initiated rulemaking to add 12 acids and bases to the candidate chemicals list. This is a broad list of chemicals that are widely used in consumer products, resulting in potential exposures to people and the environment. Those exposures can cause a range of adverse impacts to skin, respiratory tract, and eyes. And we received 3 public comments received from trade associations and manufacturers, which provided feedback on various aspects of this proposal. Some of this feedback was anticipating specific potential future products, but of course, there are no regulatory obligations on any manufacturer as a result of this proposal. And when it comes to a priority product listing, the acids and bases would be evaluated as they exist in the products themselves. Okay, moving on to a final rulemaking. This is our importer compliance clarification rulemaking. This helps to clarify the options that importers have under our framework to comply with our regulations if we're in a situation where one or more priority product manufacturers are out of compliance themselves. As folks are aware, SCP has a cascade of responsibilities starting first with the manufacturer, but also involving importers, distributors, and retailers. This modification to our framework gives importers the option to submit an importer product removal notification in lieu of completing an alternatives analysis for the priority product. And I think I saved the best for last. I'm thrilled to highlight that our latest priority product is now effective April 1st, 2026. Nail products containing methyl methacrylate at concentrations greater than 1,000 ppm is now in effect in California. MMA has been widely detected in nail products and in the indoor air at nail salons. The exposure can harm the skin, eyes, respiratory system, and the central nervous system. Nail salon workers are at increased risk of chronic exposure over time to MMA while on the job, and this also becomes an environmental justice issue as a majority of nail salon workers in California are of Vietnamese descent. This builds upon our existing work on nail products containing toluene, which is also adopted, and triphenyl phosphate, which is a rulemaking we anticipate will be finalized later this fall. In terms of compliance, we do understand that industry is already actively working to remove methyl methacrylate due to its contaminant status. And we also understand that there may be varying degrees of readiness in this process, depending on the supply chain or the specific ingredients that may be contaminated. We are eager to work with manufacturers to support their compliance here to support their compliance efforts through our process. And the very first requirements here, the very first duty for manufacturers to comply will be administrative in nature, notifying DTSC by June 1st that they sell products which contain methyl methacrylate at concentrations greater than 1,000 ppm. Afterwards, manufacturers will need to evaluate one of the options here, whether it makes sense for them to proceed to a chemical removal notification, a product removal notification, or potentially one of our alternatives analyses pathways. All right, moving away from rulemaking and into some of our regulatory response work. I'm going to be providing an update on our very first regulatory response related to spray polyurethane foam insulation with MDI. We issued our first notice of final determination in October 2025, which was a milestone for this program. It was our very first final determination. The Spray Foam Coalition then requested that we review that determination and consider specific revisions. The revisions were minor and maintained the regulatory responses while also providing some additional clarity for the regulated entities, which was mutually beneficial for all of us. So there was a bit of delay in our timeline, but the revised regulatory responses were finalized in February. And of note, and I think of excitement to our team, the work to recruit our review panel and to develop the proposal criteria will begin later this year to really launch that Green Chemistry, Engineering, and Innovation Fund later on this fall. Now we are in the process of bringing the new entrants up to speed in our process. 6 have submitted a bridged alternatives analysis, and we are in the process of developing the notices of proposed determination for those new manufacturers. Because they selected the abridged alternatives analysis option, it will include at a minimum the 2 required regulatory responses, which is the green chemistry and engineering research and information to consumers. Our team also continues to contribute to advance the state of the science broadly. Congratulations to Lei, to Lin Nakayama Wong, to Zhao Ying, and to Michelle for all your work and your persistence in publishing in the Journal of Exposure Science and Environmental Epidemiology. This was a great undertaking, and I have been reading through your paper recently, and particularly in light of some of the interest in children's exposures. We also have 3 other projects that are currently under, or 3 other papers which are currently under review, and we anticipate having feedback on these soon. All right, my next to last slide. So one of my priorities here leading the Safer Consumer Products team is to think about how we can improve our process from what can sometimes feel like tangled knot of process to a more streamlined process. So we had the pleasure in January of bringing together all staff, and we had all 70-something staff present at our meeting here in this building, where one of the focuses of that meeting was to identify areas for our process improvement. And I'm thrilled to say that this has resulted in 4 different subgroups, which will be examining different areas of our process, which were identified directly by staff and some of the supervisors as being particularly tangled knots of problems that we could be working out. And that's our document review, coming into alignment on and agreement on project scope, on amplifying some of the skills that our team already has and providing training to lift up staff that can have room to grow and develop, and then workload optimization to balance some of those ebbs and flows of the project work. That team in particular, the process improvement optimization team, has been really diving in deeply lately into all of the data that we collect over time to analyze and dissect the work using a data-driven approach to identify strong practices, weak practices, identify bottlenecks and inefficiencies. These 4 projects will be a focus of some of our internal process improvement work over the year. We are also paying particular attention to our focus on compliance. If you think back to that very first slide, we are now at this precipice where we have an increasing number of projects that are now in that post-regulatory phase. And so myself and some of our colleagues from across the department are working with our compliance and enforcement team and our alternatives analysis team to really drill down into some of these processes to see how we can streamline and improve our impact in those areas. Okay, before I wrap up, it takes a village. In this case, you can see it takes a small village here on the screen. I really do want to thank the team that works very hard to put this meeting together. It is quite an effort. Thank you to our GRSP project team, Alex, Catlin, Justin, Anna, Kyle, Anella, Carly, Paul, Bauku, Heather, and our honorary member, Kim Smith. And thank you to all of our volunteers. Alice, Alicia, Amir, Ann Cooper, Diana, Fatima, James, Kelly, Lay, Lydia, Lynn, Michelle, Rob, Tig, Tom, Wenting, Xiaoying, and Zirin. You can see this is probably a quarter of our staff put some effort into this today, and that's not even counting the presenters that you'll be hearing from later. So my gratitude to all of you, and my gratitude to the GRSP panel members who've traveled far to join us in these next 2 days' conversations. All right, I think we have time for questions. Or if there are no questions, we can proceed. Sound good? All right. Then I'll turn it back over to Alex. Thank you.
Robin. And I just wanted to echo the thanks to everyone at SCP who helped put this on. Very excited for today and tomorrow's meeting. So with that, we're going to open it up to our public comment. Oops, go back to our public comment portion of the meeting. We ask that your comments are directed to the panel and that they are on agenda items and that items not on the agenda but within the subject matter of this panel are also okay. So please note that the panel will receive the comments, but they might not necessarily respond to them in the moment. So as a reminder, there are two ways to comment. If you are in the room, you can fill out a comment card that we have at the table by the entrance, and one of our staff members will collect those to be read. If you are online and you'd like to submit your comment virtually, you can email your comment to saferconsumerproducts@dtsc.ca.gov. And if you wouldn't mind, please including in the subject line GRASP comment or question. That'll help us easier sift through those. So with that, I'm going to give it a couple minutes for any questions to roll in, for those comment cards to be filled out. I like to give it a little bit of time for anything rolling in online, but it doesn't look like we have any comments in the room or coming in through our inbox. So with that, I will close out this comment period portion of the meeting and pass it over to our panel co-chairs, Molly Jacobs and Mike Carangello, for opening remarks and roll call.
Welcome, everyone. Molly Jacobs here with my superior co-chair, Mike Carangello. We're just going
only in wait.
And we've just essentially started the roll call, but we'll do it in a more official capacity. So yes, we would like to just go around our physical room and our virtual room. Welcome you all to this important meeting of the Green Ribbon Science Panel. So panel members, please just state your name and affiliation, and we'll start moving from my left around this table, and then we'll move to our virtual folks. So Kelly, please start us.
I'm Kelly Moran.
Okay, Suzanne Brander, Pew Charitable Trust.
Molly Jacobs, University of Massachusetts Lowell.
Mike Carangello, SC Johnson.
Helen Holder, Tetramem.
Emma Lavoie. I'm here in an independent capacity today.
Heather McKinney, Kim Forward.
Okay.
We'll start online. Yeah, you all just do you and just start in.
I think
I'm gonna have, okay, we're gonna go in alphabetical order. So who's the A here?
Art, maybe?
Hi, good morning. This is Art Fong from Apple.
Thank you.
Elaine.
Elaine Cohen-Hubble with EPA, US EPA.
And Julie.
Julie Shannon, Texas A&M University.
And Mateo.
Mateo Couch, Amazon.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for your humor also as we go through these official duties.
Yeah. Thank you, Molly. So just a quick couple of opening remarks from me. Again, I want to echo what Robin was saying. Thank you all for being here or for being online and taking your time to do it. Online is never easy. We are going to try and make sure that you are included. I couldn't log into the Zoom meeting, but Molly was able to. So we're going to try and keep an eye on it. And then we've got the dependable group to our side here who do a better job at keeping an eye on it, who will let us know if you raise your hands. But please be patient with us. We're doing our best to include you. It's an interesting meeting this time. It's been fun over the years to watch how we've developed these. And what I've been particularly impressed with, and I talked a little bit about last time, is how we're getting so much many more members of the staff involved at the meetings, not just in helping prepare, but to come and present and have that opportunity to present to the panel, get feedback from the panel, and really actively engage with us. And I think that's exciting. It's not, okay, we're going to feed up to the leadership and the leadership's going to feed down and we're going to play telephone. I think it just opens up a lot more availability and it gives us on the panel more information and context of what they're really looking for, how we can help them. This time we're continuing to take that a step forward. We're going to have guest speaker. We're reaching out to sister departments here who are going to get to speak to us. So we're really growing in kind of topics that we can choose to talk about. I appreciate these staff members who really condensed this down. There was a lot of potential topics. There always was, but there were really a lot that they wanted to ask about, and they combined some things, juggled some things to try and keep all of our time commitment down to the 1.5, 2 day mark that we've kind of settled into traditionally. This could easily have gone to a 3 or more day meeting, and they really worked hard to make sure it was a compact thing that we could all manage with our time. And I really, truly appreciate that. So again, thank to all of you guys for participating, being here, both on the panel and on staff, and I look forward to a good meeting. Molly?
Great. Yes. You know, what's been fascinating to me participating in these panel meetings over the last number of years is really honing in on honoring the over now decade of experience and the conscious learning process of this program, right? From the technical, the programmatic, and the regulatory provisions, and how to best position those to have impact. And I think that word, impact, is our focus today. It's the theme that we need to hold as we consider all of the topics in our agenda today and tomorrow. So in terms of, I'll just also briefly walk us through our agenda. But, you know, we'll first take on the question of the priority product process, right? And the work plan itself, and how we can better suggest ways to optimize that process, again, for impact. It's the first signal suggesting a potential change that can happen to make products safer. We'll then move into the question of retailer engagement. Retailers have a huge opportunity to pull demand for safer products. How can the program better be better working with retailers in order to again, optimize that potential for impact? We'll then go into the process of bridging the gap. The bridging the gap in my head is about this gap between, in some cases, the premier provisions of the program, the alternatives analysis process, and the program thus far not really utilizing that in the way that it was intended to be. A lot of things are happening before we even get to the alternatives analysis process. This is a kind of almost like a third tier conversation that the panel has been having with the staff and with the program about, again, how do we optimize all of these different provisions at play to encourage substitution earlier versus later, however way we need to do it to get to that safer process. The last conversation today is about an interesting nexus between hazardous waste and products, consumer products. We saw in the background paper, again, that this program almost had its origins in replacing pollution prevention, where we can stop prevention of pollution before it starts by focusing more on elimination and substitution, and a transition to safer alternatives before they become a hazardous waste issue, right? And now we're being asked the question around metrics and what might be possible to better measure, in some cases, this nexus, but moreover, thinking about metrics for hazardous waste, again, possibly being better to optimize what the Safer Consumer Products lens on that question can provide. So those are some of our topics today, but before we move into our first set of discussions, we want to honor the fact that one of our panelists is no longer with us.
Not in a bad way.
Not in a bad way. Tim Malloy has retired from the panel, stepped off the panel. And I know Mike has been thinking about some remarks. I have some remarks you all might want to honor. Tim did this purposely. Obviously, he's the most egoless person, does not like to be honored in public. But sorry, Tim, if you're listening, we're going to honor you anyway. So, Mike, I know you've been thinking about some remarks for Tim.
I have, and I've gotten remarks from and comments from other people, and my phone keeps shutting down. So I'll just have to wing it. But so Tim joined the panel before I did. He has been on the panel for at least 16 years. I'm reading 16. I'm thinking it might even be a little bit longer. I know he was hanging around watching the panel at the same time I was before I joined. But Tim has a background, not had, because he is just retiring. He is entering a new phase of life of fun, hopefully. I don't know what he's going to do if he's not teaching, but we'll find out. But his background in law and environmental policy has really given a unique perspective into the panel. Folks across DTSC and SCP loved working with him. He brought a cool expertise, but it was more the manner he brought it out. You know, you're thinking, this is a law professor, it's going to be really dry. He's going to come up with some nuanced thing that no one understands. He kept it light. He kept it understandable. He kept it amusing in a very humble fashion that was just a joy to work with and to observe and try and emulate. He is truly going to be missed from the panel. And I'm going to turn it over to Molly from there instead of just reading other people's remarks.
Well, I want to offer, open it up to other panelists to honor Tim if they'd like. But his energy, his expertise, and his way of posing really challenging but interesting questions, always twisting the story ever so slightly. Tim was one who always had his eye on the prize, and really challenged us as panelists, and also I think the program and staff, to look at things in other dimensions and not to be so overly focused on one way and that's the only way, right? So Tim, he's the one who made us laugh. So that will be missed. But a few seconds if others would like to just say something. If not, we'll keep moving on.
Go ahead, Kelly.
I just want to echo and not belabor this, but I do want to say that Tim's a very creative person and he could see things in a different way. And so that's something that's missing from our panel now without Tim. Kind of thinking really big picture is also good, but actually going right at the core of things at the same time. So it's a challenge for the rest of us to not only think about things from our own scientific perspective, but to also step back a little bit and think bigger picture about the core of this, how the law and the program and public policy fit together. And I'm sure it's going to be a challenge for the department to find potential members that might bring some of those very unique skills to the panel. So I'm deeply grateful to Tim. Served with him my entire time. I was trying to figure out if he was on from the very beginning. He might have been, but definitely played a big role in forming the regulations and helping make this program the success it is today. So thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, no, I think that's right. So we can hold Tim and play our best selves, holding Tim with us on this panel. I do want to, does anybody, I'll move on, but does anybody else want to acknowledge anything? I don't, we just wanted to create the space if somebody did. All right. Well, so the program is actively recruiting one, maybe three more panelists. So we've had a few people step off the panel within the last 18 months or so. And so come December or November, whenever this panel reconvenes, there'll be some new faces around the table, new expertise to lend to the questions that organize these agendas. So we're looking forward to the opportunity to welcome these new sets of panelists and eager to see who they are. So with that, I think we're ready to start our first set of discussions. And for the first discussion ahead of our lunch, Mike will facilitate. So I'll pass the baton to Mike.
Yeah, thank you. And so even before I do that, and it's not in our notes to say this, but I'm going to early on tell everyone that because Molly mentioned we have meetings coming up later, you have QR codes if you're on the panel. If you don't have them and you're online, message someone so we can get you the QR codes. That's the poll to see dates. So if you're here, you got QR codes. If you're online and you don't have them, start pestering Alex early. But now to kick things off, we're going to hear from Alice Henderson, an environmental scientist in the Alternatives Analysis Support Unit, who'll be updating us on the new approaches for the 2027 through 2029 priority plan product work plan. Thank you, Alice.
Okay, I think everybody should be able to hear me now. Is the microphone okay? Here we go. That one's got my name on it. I think we're good. Great. So thanks again, everyone, for being here today. My name is Alice Henderson. I'm one of our environmental scientists in our Alternatives Analysis Support Unit, and I'll be presenting today along with Andre Algazi, the branch manager from our Chemical and Product Evaluation branch. I also want to be sure to acknowledge the strong leadership of Armin Edemad. He's traditionally our project manager. Well, he has been for as long as I've been here, which is not that long, but Armin Edemad, I just wanted to acknowledge the leadership that went into this work. He's just away enjoying a much deserved vacation right now, so you get me. So I'll be giving an overview of the purpose of our work plan that I think may be familiar to a lot of us already. But then I'll be digging into one of our new approaches this time around with the work plan, some earlier engagement with a wide range of external parties. And then next, Andre will be presenting the categories that we're considering right now based on this early engagement, as well as our goal to limit the overall number of product categories in the work plan this time around compared to our previous version. And then we'll take questions and discuss the charge questions. So as you may be aware already, every 3 years, we issue a work plan that identifies and describes the specific product categories that we plan to evaluate, along with a rationale for why they were chosen in order to identify priority products. According to our SCP regulations, our program may only designate a priority product if it falls within one of the categories that we describe ahead of time in our work plan, with 3 important exceptions. Those exceptions are legislative mandate, an executive order, or if we're granting a petition. So anyone can petition SCP to add a product chemical combination to our priority product list. Where feasible, we use existing statutory or regulatory definitions to define product categories. And we have broad discretion about which products we designate as priority products. Selecting a product chemical combination to list as a priority product is fundamentally a policy decision. So for this reason, each of our work plans has also included a list of policy priorities and considerations that we apply to our decision-making process as we implement the plan. And Andre will talk about those later in the presentation. So what does the work plan not do? Importantly, the work plan does not itself identify any priority products, nor does it create any new regulatory obligations. Introducing a product category in the work plan does not suggest anything about the safety of those products, nor does it restrict or prohibit the sale of any product in that category. Furthermore, the work plan does not lay out a comprehensive schedule for evaluating products. That falls under our SCP timeline, which is where we give quarterly updates with a more detailed schedule of when we plan to take certain actions. So this slide is a bit of an overview of the new approach we've taken for the 2027 to 2029 work plan. Starting with the early engagement our team completed this past December. So I marked that with a little green star because it's important. We're in the process of drafting the work plan now. So that's the fall 2025 to summer 2026. That's where we're at now. And that draft will be reviewed. We're aiming to release the draft around September, which will be followed by a public comment period. Then in January 2027, we aim to publish the final work plan for 2027 to 2029. And again, so our presentation today is going to focus on the two items where I added a little green star. So I'll be sharing the overview of what we learned from our early engagement with interested parties, and then Andre will share the product categories that we're considering. All right, so moving right on. So again, while previous work plans have had engagement during the public comment period, this year the new piece was adding a stage of actively seeking feedback before drafting the work plan. We committed to this approach back in late 2025, reached out to a total of 74 contacts with that resulted in 18 meetings, and we received written feedback from a total of 268 individuals. In terms of who we engagement overall, our outreach we formed small overlapping teams of staff that reached out to these general groups of external parties. So we have our NGOs and nonprofits, environmental justice organizations, the Cali PA Tribal Advisory Council, academia, government, as well as our industry and trade associations. This, in terms of how we engaged, we exchanged emails, held small virtual meetings, as well as putting together a short survey. Staff also took some time reviewing public comments and notes from prior meetings with SCP staff outside of our own direct priority product work plan team. And that input went into our process of drafting the work plan. So overall, we received strong support for our ongoing work, as well as for retaining existing product categories, especially those that our previous work plan identified as currently under evaluation. The interested parties also expressed appreciation for as much specificity as we can provide within a category in terms of specific products, specific chemicals, as much as we can. That came up as something that was appreciated and encouraged. And then next, I'll be sharing some of the feedback from each of those groups that I highlighted on the previous slide. So from our NGOs and nonprofits, we met, they generally had some similar product categories in mind as those that SCP has targeted previously, while also highlighting some categories that SCP removed from our previous work plans. These include electronics, textiles, and receipts. There were also some new ideas for climate change impacts, food contact, and cookware products. The chemicals with the highest interest included PFASs, microplastics, plastic components, bisphenols, petrochemicals, and flame retardants. The groups also shared that the technical documents and published research from SCP have been instrumental in supporting the work of other states and organizations, especially for toxic bills for large chemical classes, such as PFASs and microplastics. In the future, these groups would also like to see SCP build on the work of other states, international governments, and NGOs in uplifting alternatives. Moving on to our next category, ideas really varied within the environmental justice organizations that we spoke with. Overall, there was emphasis on microplastics, PFASs, children's products, personal care products, cleaning products, and exposures to physiologically vulnerable groups, as well as occupational exposures. They shared that they felt fewer product categories in the work plan would be helpful, and there was a desire to remain in communication moving forward so we can continue to align our work and maximize impact. Our team also met with the Cali PA Tribal Advisory Council, or the TAC, to share about SCP and our work plan. This was a great introduction between SCP and the TAC, and we hope to continue finding ways to engage moving forward. The TAC expressed support for our policy priorities, with a particularly strong support for protecting natural resources and water quality. Makeup also did come up as a product category of concern in that meeting. Our team determined early in our engagement work that environmental justice organizations and tribes would require separate plans and strategies for outreach. But next time around, we can and should do even more to engage effectively and build connections with these distinct groups. Next, I'll mention some of our engagement with academia. This group overall supported continuing product categories from our previous work plan, focusing on persistent chemicals like microplastics and PFASs, as well as those with exposure concerns. Personal, beauty, and hygiene products, as well as cleaning products, received strong and consistent support. Building and construction products also came up, reflecting strong concern for occupational and environmental exposures. We also received survey responses from grades 6 through 12 students and their teachers as part of DTSC's Toxic Crusaders event in Pasadena. These responses covered a broad range of additional categories, including electronics, food packaging, children's products, and wellness supplements. Touching on our work reaching out to other government agencies, government respondents expressed strong support for SCP's work and recommended expanding efforts in areas such as microplastics, personal care products, and cleaning products. They also highlighted emerging concerns tied to water quality and human health, including PFASs, engineered stone containing crystalline silica, and fragrances in household products. While textiles and clothing remain outside the current work plan scope, they do continue to surface as secondary suggestions. Other items mentioned include battery-embedded products and plastic packaging. Several agencies suggested SCP host topic-specific listening sessions and continue to engage further with regional boards and public health departments for more localized priorities. And then finally, I'll mention our Industry and Trade Association outreach. Industry expressed appreciation for the work plan's effort to send market signals, but noted that these signals would be more effective with greater specificity regarding the industry's products and chemicals we intend to evaluate. We re-reviewed public comments from the 2024 to 2026 work plan to address concerns or misunderstandings from affected industries, and we expect industry groups may provide more substantive input once our next work plan is released for public comment later this fall. And then I want to just touch on some of the things we learned about the overall process. So our team spent some time reflecting on how our engagement went, what worked well, what challenges arose, and how we want to improve when we do this again. So overall, the engagement went well. We definitely want to do it again. Small meetings with 2 to 3 SCP staff worked well. And this outreach also provided it provided our interested parties with meaningful opportunities to engage with us, which could have been expected, but it also was helpful in establishing new connections for other SCP project teams. So for example, our priority product work plan maybe identified some new connections to refer to individual project teams working in that area. And so that was also a helpful aspect of this work. In terms of some areas for improvement, we talked about the timing and cadence of work. We found that different parties operate on different schedules. So some external parties didn't have enough time in the 3-month window that we set for our engagement work to provide us with really thorough feedback. In terms of coordination and tracking, sometimes a single external party would have interactions with multiple SCP staff or project teams, and it was sometimes difficult to keep track of who within our program had most recently been in touch with someone. Also, obviously, there's going to be differences between our external groups. So NGOs and academia were highly responsive, while other groups took more sustained follow-up for us to connect. There obviously could be a variety of reasons for this, and we'll factor that into our plans the next time we revisit our outreach strategies for these specific distinct groups. And then I'll finish with a few of our recommendations. Our first recommendation is extending this engagement window from 3 months to 6 months, including upfront hard deadlines when we reach out to parties that we're interested in receiving feedback from, as well as reminders along the way to help address any procrastination and improve our response rate. We also would really, we're really hoping to get our create or adopt a program-wide shared communication log to track communication with our external contacts. This came up as a really key tool in helping us do this work better. This is critical to avoid duplication as well as any gaps in our engagement efforts. And then, I think as I mentioned on the previous slide, we definitely want to do this again for the 2030 to 2032 work plan. We recommend launching early engagement again with the support from our GRSP panel, designating specific SCP staff as points of contact with these external parties. And we also recommend developing and distributing some sort of work plan one-pagers to provide external parties with some quick information just to help facilitate getting helpful feedback prior to drafting the full document. And now I'll go ahead and pass things on to Andre to talk about our next area of next new strategy and talk about product categories. So thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Alice, for the really nice presentation so far. So as Alice mentioned, our team lead for this project, Armin Etemad, is on well-deserved vacation. I just wanted to give an extra shout out to his excellent job at just shepherding this project. He's really modeling good project management for us in this project. So as Alice just talked about, we're working on our next priority product work plan, and this will be our 5th work plan, if you can believe it. So, and she laid out how we're tackling it in a different way. We're starting with no document to talk about and just kind of going out with the policy priorities and initiating these conversations. Another change, and Alice touched on this, is that we're cutting the number of product categories. That's our goal, and the size of the document itself. So in general, when we're doing priority product work plans, we're trying to kind of find a sweet spot for the number of product categories and the breadth of the product categories. We want to have the right number to be narrow enough to send clear market signals, as we've heard that people appreciate that, but we don't want it to be too narrow. We want it broad enough and have enough categories that we have some flexibility in identifying what products we're going to regulate. And we've talked about this before. When we go through our screening process, we often and normally don't know exactly where we're going to end up. So we want to have enough scope to to follow that process through. So that's kind of by design, but that can be a challenge. So in addition, for a variety of reasons, we've been trying to increase our transparency into our work, and we've talked about this today. In fact, Robin was talking about the new timeline that was just posted yesterday. We've also put a page on our website called Early Stage Projects that kind of provides sort of a brief paragraph description of work that's just getting underway that we're not really ready to announce anything in. We also have a newsletter we send out to our mailing list, and of course the work plan itself. So in general, we've tried to provide more transparency into what's going on in the program, what we're working on, and things like that. But one of the effects of this has been the work plan has become expanded. There's a lot more sort of information about background, history, what we've looked at. I looked through the prior work plans, and the first one in 2015 to 2017, we had 6 product categories, or 7 we actually had one that was kind of a split category, 34 pages long. The next one was 7 product categories, 25 pages, and plus we added a list of references for the first time. The 2021 to 23 work plan was a little shorter, 21 pages. And then the most recent one, we had 12 product categories, 32 pages plus references, and we split them into 2 groups. As Alice mentioned, there's products under evaluation and product categories intended for evaluation. When I said products, I meant product categories. The idea with the intended for evaluation categories was to, again, provide some transparency into our work, things that we thought we might start working on, but that we didn't expect we would get to naming a specific priority product before the end of the work plan cycle. So things that, the end of this year, 2026. So yes, transparency in general is a good thing. I think I accidentally went ahead here. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Transparency generally is a good thing, but including these intended for evaluation product categories has some disadvantages, downsides. For example, we might not, and in fact did not really have the bandwidth or the scope to actually get to all of those product categories and thoroughly evaluate them. We looked into them, but some of them have been further along than others. And then by just including this many categories, including the intended ones, it just kind of dilutes the signal. It makes it less clear what we're really focused on or what's likely to lead to a priority product proposal. So this time around, we are aiming to get back to basics. And so we went back to our framework regulations, and Alice mentioned the 2 things that we've required of ourselves in those regulations, that we identify and describe product categories that we will evaluate during the work plan period to identify priority products, and that's just over that 3-year period. And secondly, a general explanation of our rationale for selecting each category. So to accomplish this leaner work plan, we have a couple of things we're doing. One, as I mentioned, 5 product categories, and I think I've already kind of spilled the beans here. There's going to be a big reveal on the next slide. And then secondly, but the goal is to have fewer categories, fewer pages, more clarity, stronger market signals, 5 categories, and we're shooting for about 10 pages. So we shared these last spring when we did the GRSP topic, and we're just kind of getting started on this project in, I think, April, May last year. We've retained these 3 product categories: protecting natural resources with a focus on water quality, protecting workers' health and safety, and protecting sensitive populations and overburdened communities. So these are the priority policy priorities that we shared during this engagement process that Alice just spoke about. And in addition to informing our selection of product categories, these are also going to be lenses that we're going to be looking through as we're evaluating products in these categories to identify priority products during the 2027 to 2029 timeframe. Because as you know, we have a lot of discretion in choosing priority products. We just need to make those findings that there's potential exposure to the chemical of concern and potential for that to contribute to or cause harm, adverse impact. So having the priorities really helps kind of show people where our focus is going to be during that evaluation process. So I already spilled the beans, but here are the categories that we're looking at. Some of these will look familiar, like beauty, personal care, and hygiene products and cleaning products. Those categories have been in all 5 work plans. We continue to have new work in these categories, and so they've been included. We've reworded and kind of clarified what there's some overlap, let's put it that way, between this materials used to finish or maintain the built environment. There's some overlap between the current work plans category called materials used in construction and renovation. We've reframed it to be clear that our focus is on materials and products used within the built environment or on the built environment, but we're not talking about building materials per se. It's more focused on in and on and within the built environment. Children's products category, this one's another one we're carrying over. We still have quite a bit of work going on, and we expect that some of that will lead to priority product announcements during the 3-year period. And then the final one, additional work ongoing, we'll talk about in the next slide. So this is, we didn't want to just have a cheater category where we threw everything in. So we are trying to be clear about the fact that things in this category are products that we're already working on. We've already made some public announcement about products, whether we've gotten to regulation yet. It's already public that we've been looking at something. And we anticipate this work continuing into the new work plan cycle from categories that we're not carrying over, like motor vehicle parts, accessories, and maintenance products, for example. We have some ongoing work that continues, but part of the signaling of this category is we're not going to go back to it and to these not carried over categories and find new priority products. Let's see. So yeah, this lets us complete projects we started during prior cycles and just trying to make it clear that we don't intend to identify new priority products. Not to repeat myself. This is, Alice already shared this information just to kind of refresh your memories. The draft is underway. We're expecting to release it in September, starting public comment period, and we'll have a public workshop in October. The team will be, frantically reading and digesting all those comments and suggestions. And our goal is to finalize the work plan in January of next year. This will actually be the earliest we've ever had a work plan in place. Typically, we have so much work going, it hasn't been a big impact, but we really are trying to get it closer to the beginning of the work plan cycle. So with that, I think don't know if I'm handing it over to one of the co-chairs or what. All right. Let's see. Well, I'll just read them and then I'll take a seat and oops. Thank you. Sorry, Robin. So question. Oh, I put the clicker down on the button. SCP aims to build support and engagement as part of an ongoing continuous process. The work plan can serve as a first step in integrating existing input and ensure people are heard. And then we have 3 sub-questions: strategies you recommend for following up on our preliminary engagement, additional groups that weren't among the ones that Alice told you about that we might engage with in the next work plan cycle, and pros and cons in extending the engagement window, as Alice said, from 3 months to 6 for the next work plan cycle. And then second, oopsie, it's not time for lunch yet. Forgive me. Second, we've highlighted 5 product categories. what is the panel, what are the panel's thoughts on the categories we're considering for this work plan? And we'd like to, what do you think about this materials used to finish or maintain the built environment? Or do you have any suggestions for other ways of naming that category? So that's the gist of the charge questions, and look forward to the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Allison, Andre, excellent job. Thank you very much for presenting that. So we're going to open it. We're going to move to our open discussion. First, I will ask, does anyone have any clarifying questions before we get to the open discussion? And we'll start with Molly.
Thanks, Mike. And yes, Andre and Alice, great job. Alice, a question is just about this 3-month stakeholder engagement process. I'm just trying to understand how that operates in order to inform how I might answer some of the questions. But is it phased? Meaning, like, do you establish the date, you open things for comments, but then there's kind of a phased, targeted, direct outreach? I'm trying to understand this question of why people said they didn't have enough time. So how was the process of engagement happening such that for some people, they're saying they didn't have enough time to engage?
I think, yeah, that's a good question. And I don't know that we got direct feedback from external participants of, oh no, I don't have enough time to provide. I think in general, the process this time around was relatively informal in terms of, like, we didn't necessarily have super structured phases that we went through. We spent some time kind of figuring out what categories we wanted to reach out to. We split up into teams and then had some time figuring out who would be good contacts within those categories. But the 3 months was just kind of the overall window of time that we had. But I think part of suggesting 6 months, I think another suggestion is having a little bit more structure to how we do it, in terms of, like, if we're going to reach out to somebody, we do it earlier, give them a specific deadline of when we want their feedback, but then having those check-ins along the way as well. And I think both in terms of having a clearer structure when we reach out to external participants, but also having a structure, like, as a team, being clear and all on the same page about what we're doing when, and kind of, I think having a more structured phased approach would be good.
Thank you. And so,
Andre, did you want to add anything to that?
I was just going to say that Andre reminded me, I should have, before I opened it, said, if you have a comment, flip your tent card. If you have a follow-up, flip your pink card. So good job reminding me to mention that before we got going. So I've got Andre with a follow-up, then I've got Kelly, then I've got Julie, then I've got Mateo, then I've got Heather, then I've got myself.
Well, thanks, Mike. So what Alice said is right. And when I mentioned what a nice job Armin had done managing the project, part of what I meant is that he really put together a really well-organized work breakdown structure that included phases and dates and beginning and end, and all the tasks spelled out. So part of that is, we allotted a certain amount of time for this engagement, and it wasn't, it was sort of, when the time was up, we were sort of moving on to the next phase. So I think going forward, we'd need to build in some extra time at the beginning in order to have time to have these productive conversations with people, and still kind of stay on schedule. So,
Kelly.
I want to follow up on that, and then just a couple of brief comments. I've worked a lot with organizations of government agencies, and some of them have very strict time processes for when they do things, and require that any input to an agency be reviewed by a board after being reviewed by a committee. So I I've actually worked with folks who said, I can't put together letters in 90 days or 60 days. And those are common, agencies often offer things for only 30 days. And those groups are effectively shut out from commenting by their own procedures and processes. They do that to make sure that they're providing coordinated and effective input to the agencies. So your idea of providing a little more time, providing a deadline right away helps let people know that. But that's, I think, or at least in my experience on the government side, that's very much what's going on. It's as someone who has been working with government agencies for 20 years, it can be super frustrating. And as being a recipient government person trying to get information from people, it's also super frustrating. So I totally get it. Stepping back to my own comments, I want to give kudos to the department. I've been working with DTSC on various things for decades now. I chaired an old pollution prevention advisory committee back in the 90s and did a lot of other things. And the department has, because it didn't have a board until just recently, didn't have to consult the public in the same way that public board meetings engage the public. And the culture of the department was one where people sat at their desks and did their work, and maybe they talked to a few people and that would be it, or there'd be one public hearing where everyone in the world was supposed to come to the department. What this reflects, and other things going on in the department, is a really huge change. And I can't underestimate how hard this is for staff. The staff in this program came here knowing they were going to be more engaged with the public. And just as an organization, this kind of stuff is really hard. So I want to give kudos to the department for taking on this kind of engagement. And I'm really excited about what you've learned and what it reflects, and encourage you to continue that kind of process. I also want to particularly give kudos for you going to other people at their meetings. And I've seen you doing this, that you're going to their meeting time instead of asking them to come to your meeting time. And so you can have a more open conversation, and they're already getting together. So organizing from their side is much easier. So that is just super important. And then the one thing that I don't know if you did this or not, but there are a lot of organizations that have different kinds of voluntary programs, and a lot of those can make pretty significant change in products, but often they're not complete, and market forces can suddenly really shift things around in a big way. Something comes off patent, some other imports become cheaper, some other kind of thing. And so one thing I'd encourage you to consider in your engagement is whether you should be engaging with groups that are running these kinds of voluntary programs or certifications to see if it's time for that regulatory backstop to come in. And I would hope that I realize that that doesn't get as much change necessarily as some other kinds of things you might regulate. So it would be best to do those if there's like an AA available or some other kind of means to streamline moving to the process. But I've just seen before, you can get the leaders shifted and the rest of the market just doesn't move without the regulatory deadline. So thank you very much.
Ben, you had a follow-up on that?
Yeah, just wanted to first follow up on Kelly's kudos for gathering these types of data. I had a thought, kind of an alternative thought about the increase to 6 months, and I completely agree. Having worked at different types of organizations, that timeline is going to vary depending on internal approval processes, especially at agencies, even at some NGOs that have quite long approval processes, for example. But I wonder if, say, for academia, for example, if that extended timeline might end up backfiring a little bit, because giving someone 6 months to do something that could take 1 to 2 months, if they don't have those internal approval processes, might just mean that they put it on the back burner and forget about it. And so maybe having varied timelines depending on the type of entity might be a way to approach it, or letting groups opt for, how much time they expect they might need between the 3 to 6 months, for example.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you. And I want to thank everybody at DTSC. I'm sorry to not be in the room with everyone and seeing you in person, but really, as always, excellent work. and kudos on the overall review, et cetera. I have a clarifying question for Alice on if I understood what she said correctly, and I apologize if I got it wrong. You had a battery embedded products. I think you said that they're not allowable within the priority product framework. Did I understand you correctly? Or can they be added?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Andre. I think what we meant, that came up in, I think that was our government section. It came up in feedback, but it's just not something that's in our work plan. I might have said it's outside the scope of the work plan, but.
I think it's within the scope of what things we can do. We did have an electronics product category in the current work plan under the intended for evaluation group. I think, so it's not to, I don't think Alice meant to say that we couldn't necessarily regulate these products, but it wasn't really in scope of things we'd been looking at.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mateo's question is resolved, so we're going to move to Heather.
Just one easy clarifying question, I think, and I think this is for Andre, but was curious about the final language for the materials used to create and maintain. I think it's the built environment on your slides, but in the background document, it says living spaces.
Sorry about that. So if any of you picked that up, we've been kind of churning on this definition quite a bit. And so we had some, I think maybe as recently as last week, we were sort of massaging the wording. So apologies for that. But the general rationale for, and so if you like the other one better, that would be good to know too. We were trying to make a distinction between fixtures, carpets, paints, things like that, and like houses, building, lumber, nails, and stuff like that. Like we were trying to find words that could kind of encompass a fairly broad group of products that are used in and around the built environment, but not the structure itself. So I guess we changed the slide, and the background document was already out. So
no worries. I like what's in the slide better, so
Okay.
it resolves a lot of my comments.
Thank you. And again, this is an easy one. And it's for Alice. I mean, I'm sure Andre knows, I'm sure. But I was curious, you talked about the Toxic Crusader program. What age group were those students?
Oh gosh, I wish we had Andre here, or I wish we had Armin here, because he was been really involved with that group. Andre, I'll know more, but grade 6 to 12 is what's on the slide, but I'm not sure about the age. Saw a thumbs up.
Typically, they're high school students. There are a few students that come in younger. Generally, it's outreach directly to high schools, and it's a program that's operated out of our environmental chemistry lab. It brings in high school age students. It gives them education on scientific topics and then gives them laboratory days so that they can apply what they've learned. There is a wider range because they often do like a homeschool day, for example. So sometimes there's the range can vary a bit.
And I was just curious because I think it's very admirable. You get a lot of information, comments from academia, industry, whatever, people who've been doing this for a long time. But if you want the program to be sustainable and far reaching into the future, the thought process that you're using to bring those students in, younger people who haven't, had their blinders thrown on by what's possible, and get that commentary is very admirable. So, and I know we've slipped a little bit into the charge questions, but I am now going to open it into the charge questions so we can start discussing those. So if anyone has comments, if you want me to reread them, I will. I think Andre did a fine job at it. We've only got one of them on our screen here. We can click back and forth if anyone needs a refresher, but otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Helen first.
Hey, good morning. I wanted to say, first off, I'm really happy that you did the outreach that you did. I think that's very good. I think one of the things we discussed when we talked about EJ and outreach was like give people a seat at the table. listen to what they say and then be responsive to that. And I think that you're on the track to that. So I just want to just encourage you to keep going in that direction. I think that's the way to go. Around the point about keeping in touch, or how do you kind of manage that? You mentioned having a communication log. You probably need a simple CRM. I mean, that's basically what you're looking for, where just like what people use in businesses to track what customers, what contacts you have, what conversations you've had. These are very standard. There, you can go everything from a simple, it's a customer relationship management, CRM. There are some that are simple, like Excel spreadsheets, all the way to online ones. There's no perfect one out there, by the way. I don't even know whether the state has access to any that might just be available to you, but that would just be my recommendation, because you're probably going to have a lot of people in a lot of different contact points. So that's my guidance, is just find a simple CRM that works for you guys.
Thank you, Helen. We'll go to Molly next.
So I think just adding on to what Helen said, I think one also important process of just of continued engagement and is just to close the loop, right? We do all this outreach, and then there's just a need to have all of these entities know that you've taken their thoughts into consideration, and oh, by the way, now here's our product work plan, and this is what we've done. Just, it's a personal touch, but close the loop. Don't just have the input process, but not necessarily the outtake process, as it were. And I think the use of CRM will really help facilitate that. Simple, direct communications. Thank you, we heard you, and oh, by the way, here's the product that developed from it. In terms of additional groups that you might want to consider in this outreach process, I don't know if they're considered in your group of NGOs, but knowing that workers are among the priority kind of policy focus, I didn't see anything about labor or unions specifically. And again, they might be embedded in your NGO kind of list, but having that direct outreach with that group, especially given that they're a policy priority, is important. I was also thinking about others that might have have insights on priorities. I'm thinking healthcare organizations, medical specialists in particular. There's again, maybe it falls into the realm of NGOs, but I'm thinking, you know, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the thoracic societies. There's a lot of different medical organizations who have an antenna up about exposures and harms, and identifying a select number of them might be really interesting. And they also do engage in these processes. My other thoughts were, and you probably do this already, but just in that same realm is almost like the poison control centers. I'm trying to get what are the signals of harms and the priorities that might emerge from that. Also just inspired, I think, by the conversations that we're going to have in the afternoon, just thinking about sometimes these downstream users, retailers, again, we're going to talk about the retailer engagement, but what are their priorities, right? Engaging them more in this process could be interesting. And also just thinking about on the waste side of things, municipal wastewater municipalities, for example, what are they seeing that they can't manage or that is harmful, right? So again, trying to connect some of the agenda items later, I think those would be kind of interesting. I'll stop there.
I am going to go next to Emma, but I first wanted to cover another administrative point. I'm doing really, really good here, seeing as it's all written out in front of me and I'm skipping through it anyways. So staff members that are here, if you have something, please go ahead and raise your hand. I'm terrible with names, so hopefully Molly will help me out, or my better coordinators will help me out with names. Raise your hands and we'll get you in the queue. SCP staff members that are online, if you want to chime in, you're going to have to raise your virtual hand. Then that's found in the center of the bottom control ribbon on Zoom. Then when you're called, you'll be promoted to a panelist and you'll be momentarily kicked out of the meeting. Then you rejoin, you'll be unmuted and you can turn on your camera. So it's important that you hold your questions until you appear on our video screens, which I don't know that you'll be able to see, but we'll let you know. So with all of that, now we're going to go over to Emma. And then I've got Kelly and Elaine.
Thank you. So on the timing for engagement, I think the important point here will be that the work plan is a 3-year work plan that's defining what you're focusing on. So take more time to get the engagement so that you can feel really confident about your 3-year plan, and your organizations you're reaching out to also do have that time to give input. I think that ties in strongly to the comments from Kelly and Suzanne about organizations that have procedural timelines that can limit their input, and to Molly saying close the loop. So 4 months, is it 5 months, is it 6 months? You have the opportunity to ask a subset of the people that just commented, how much time would be best for you to give us your input? Pick a few who've been engaged, maybe a couple that you thought would engage that wouldn't, and let's ask them, right? Because you're not going to do this again for a few years. So there's some time to sort of polish the procedure. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to jump. Okay, we'll do Elaine first, then we'll do Kelly. Sorry, Elaine, I announced it differently, and I'm just keeping everyone on my toes, seeing as I'm so obviously off.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I've had a lot of audio challenges the last few meetings that I've been on this week. So thank you. I actually really like hearing that you have early stage feedback. I would just suggest a couple things which I'll just go ahead and suggest them. I know that, over the years, these categories have been extremely broad, and you've had more or less of them. And I would just suggest that, especially if you're going to have this nice early stage of engagement, and you're wanting this to provide some signaling, that you consider more focused categories. And so whether that be by, I was thinking like Nielsen has these super categories or something, but so rather than a handful of very large, broad, open categories, which I know you do to give your program the ability to be responsive and identify the most important things. I think having it's only a 3-year plan, having a clear idea going in and getting really solid feedback, you're going to get better engagement and better feedback with more focused categories, chemical product focus than having these sort of large open-ended things. So I'll suggest that. And I think the other thing is having that, then it would also inform sort of more targeted feedback across the supply chain for those kinds of categories that you're already proposing in the straw. So continue with sort of these broad groups, but then it would also help you sort of target additional early feedback to that kind of a straw. And then the other thing is on the priorities, and this occurred to me as I was looking later in the background paper, I would just kind of suggest considering a priority of reducing hazardous waste for consideration. Be similar to kind of how you have currently protecting water quality. So I think those are my main thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. And Molly wants to follow up on that.
So in reference to Elaine speaking that, a narrower description or a specificity around the priority products will help with the kind of engagement process. I just want to add that it really caught my attention because I really think it weakens the signals. I think industry and sectors, if we're trying to use these in part as sending market signals, a potential regulatory, the broader those categories are, the weaker the signals are. They're looking for specificity, right? They need to understand that, oh my gosh, our sector is being looked at here. And I think very broad categories miss that signaling need. So it's not just an early engagement piece, it's the signaling thing that I think it also loses.
Yeah, so can I just follow up on that a minute? Because I think that's one of the things in terms of the length of the process and the goals of the process. Where I'm sitting and just some of the things I've been involved with recently, the most impact that a program like yours can have is in tightening up, is in keeping, again, I think I heard this earlier, when we were talking about Tim, but having the eye on the prize, and not getting lost in the process. So the tighter the process can be and the more effectively you can use your tools to do this signaling, get this engagement, and have impact. You specifically noted that you have the opportunity, anybody who wants can put together petitions. So I don't think there's a major concern that something super important in that time frame isn't going to come to you. But you really do have the power if you do more focus and rather than over process and over broad and too long on anything. So more certainty and more ability to act and have impact.
Thank you, Elaine. I've got Robin, then Suzanne, then Heather.
Heather has a follow-up though.
Yep, but no, these are all follow-ups. And then I've got Kelly with a follow-up as well.
I just wanted to say I'm really enjoying this conversation. It reflects a number of the conversations that we've had internally about this concept of being able to send a very clear signal and also to help hone in our work. Elaine, to your point, it is very challenging when you are distributing your mental attention and your workforce attention across many different things. When we're working together with each other on fewer, better things, we can certainly have a stronger impact. And that was one of the early thoughts that Andre and Jen and others and I had where we were thinking about how we could be revisiting this priority product work plan. Now, on the flip side, there are arguments for keeping the categories broad. It is the flexibility, yes, but there is also an argument, I think, for having that breadth allows us the ability to pivot. It also sends a signal and puts other people on notice that we exist, which is something that I think we would lose if we narrow those categories too much. So in a sense, it is an awareness tool as well by keeping a broader category. So as we discuss this, I think it's important to think about some of what we might also lose with that trade-off. And there may be ways in which we want to think about narrowing the categories, and I'm intrigued to think to see if folks have ideas on how we might do that. But there's also the text, because keep in mind that we're sharing the product categories at a very high level here. And then we do provide a bit more specificity in the narrative as well. Is that correct, Andre? Okay.
So yeah, when Elaine was talking, what was going through my mind was, the things that we took out, the product categories intended for evaluation. Like if we were working on, say, a 6-year cycle and we did that work, it doesn't need to be in the work plan because the regs just say that categories that will be evaluated to identify priority products. If we're doing some earlier stage work, we could then have enough clarity to be a little more specific, have tighter categories when we got to the subsequent work plan. So it's just something that went through my mind.
So I've got Suzanne next.
Yeah, I put my follow-up card up because I agree with some of what Molly shared about the concern about industry and companies not being on notice if particular categories have been removed from that list. And while I completely agree that it simplifies the work, right, and you can't possibly be everywhere at every moment all at once, but maybe there's a happy medium instead of going from whatever it was, 10 or 12 categories down to 3 or 4, somewhere in the midst there. And I'm sure you've had these conversations already, but I'll pull out a specific example, and you're probably not surprised I think about this example, but microplastics, right? We've taken microplastics out as a category. You say they're continuing, but then the phrasing was that you wouldn't intend to identify new priority products. Does that send the signal that you're not going to identify new priority products that are based on microplastics production or presence? And that's probably not the intention, but I could see it coming across that way. And I'm sure in the narrative, it explains that that's not the intention, but just something to think about from a outside perspective. It might signal that you're not as concerned about those products.
I appreciate that. Do you want me to explain just a little bit? Okay.
Sure.
So microplastics was a different type of product category when it was inserted into the prior work plan, and acknowledging that, and also acknowledging that there's a great deal of overlap in terms of much of the research that the team has been doing and the existing product categories. We did look for ways in which products that contain or generate microplastics might be already in some of the other product categories. So I hear the point, it may be a less clear signal, but the work continues.
Got Heather next, please.
I was just thinking about something similar on the lines of the microplastics and the other priority chemical or the other priority product definitions. Is what stood out to me is there's a lot of overlap in the existing categories. And so the example that came to mind were those kids DIY products to make cosmetics. Where does that fall under these different product categories? And is there an opportunity for product types that do fit into multiple definitions under the priority products to then be elevated further in the process for consideration to have bigger impact? So if there was an opportunity to map the existing product categories with real life examples of products on the shelf, you might be able to increase the impact of the next steps in the process.
Kelly.
I have both follow-up and then some new comments because we're getting to the end. So Molly, if you want to follow up, do you want to go next or okay? Oh, okay. Then maybe it's in turn. And I want to start. Oh, somebody else had a follow-up?
It was my.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, why don't you do it and then I'll talk.
I'll turn my microphone back on. So, and it's a relatively quick follow-up. Robin had said if we have thoughts on how can we narrow these down and still be effective? So just top of my head, children's products. When I look at it from my industry's perspective, children's products or baby products, two different areas in a lot of mindsets to control. So as I read, when you put children's products, you're hitting both. So it's kind of a double category right then and there. Then if I look at baby products, am I looking at consumables like diapers, totally different things that can incorporate microplastics, or am I looking at liquid products that go on it? So you have personal care products for babies, you have personal care products for children. They both use a totally different set of products. Are you looking at things like cleaners for babies? Are you looking at high chairs for babies? So it becomes really broad. So if there is specificity within that is what you want to focus on. If you're really saying, no, at this point, we're looking at baby or children, or we're looking at articles, that type of specificity could be useful to still send a broad signal, but not as broad. Go ahead, Kelly.
All right, so I got a couple of follow-ups and then maybe I'll shift back to comments, and my apologies for the first round. One tiny follow-up is that I second Elaine's recommendation about having one of the policy goals. I might use the term preventing hazardous waste to encompass things that are not yet hazardous waste, but are going to be in the future at some point or should be now. And I know we'll talk more about this afternoon, so that would give you some other conversation to consider that. I have really mixed feelings about the whole work plan and how narrow it gets. And I hear Molly and really respect Molly's experience working with businesses. I've also heard in meetings over the years and afterwards in private conversations, whole industry groups going, oh, phew, we don't have to deal with these people. We don't have to worry about the chemicals in our product because we're not part of the priority product work plan. And that isn't the signal that we wanted. We wanted to have, so when dialing way back now that I'm the only person who's here from the beginning, the reason that the program has a work plan was because there was they came to the panel and said, we're hearing from industry that they want some predictability. And staff were trying to come up with some sort of numeric prioritization process. And this was never going to work because you're prioritizing apples, oranges, and pears and all different kinds of impacts. DPR is going to try to do this year. This is going to be fun for them too. So so we talked about it and I came up with the idea, well, why don't you put forth a work plan that gives some idea about where you're going to head so that you can give some forward-looking thing, but not, totally cut yourself off and the ability to do a mix of things. And folks like that, and they went with that. And in some ways that's helpful because it says signals where we're going, but it's also unhelpful because a whole lot of people think they don't have to do anything. And that's what I'm really struggling with in this conversation, because we want people to do things, and that's really important. One other follow-up to Molly's comments about groups to talk to, the American Veterinary Medicals Association, AVMA, has a committee on the environment, and they talk a lot about toxic chemicals and their effects on animals, including pets. So they might be a good contact. CVMA doesn't have a specific, California's version doesn't have a specific committee like the AVMA does, but they might be a good contact to start with. And then going back, I should have asked the question when I put up my card, which is, are countertops within this definition of the finish or maintain the built environment? Because I think that's an important category.
Yes.
Okay, good. And what I want to just comment about the product categories is that I think the science is growing that building products, both interior and exterior, are sources of chemicals that can be harmful to both humans and the environment. I'm working on a line of research right now on PFAS, where we're developing conceptual models to understand environmental exposures to PFAS through both that sewer pipe and the outdoor runoff pipe. We think it's the first time anybody's ever done a conceptual model linking a pollutant like PFAS, or at least for PFAS, into stormwater. I've done those for other more traditional chemicals over the years. And the literature is really pointing us towards large outdoor surfaces as being really important sources of water pollution. So that's the exterior of buildings and what's on them, and roofs. So as well as anything associated with roadways, which may or may not be part of this definition. There's literature that says there's PFAS in road paint, bridge paint. So these are categories that I would hate you to leave out. I realize that you can't get to everything in the next 3 years. I'm particularly worried about PFAS because it's just come to light. For example, there was a paper, Miriam and Diamond and Martin Vignier's group just did a paper where they found both non-polymeric PFAS, so many of which are volatiles, in paints and surface coatings and so forth. So that means that people are exposed to these, and paint doesn't smell so bad these days. There's been a series of regrettable substitutions as driven by the air quality VOC market, and have not been any other chemical signals in that area. And that's something that concerns me, that the product shifts there have been a whole series of these regrettable substitution without any signals that that's not a good idea. They also found what I called side chain fluoropolymer. So basically something that's not fluorines on the backbone, but on little side chain pieces. So what happens with those is that the side chains pop off. And so it does actually degrade, and those side chains become PFAS that are pretty mobile in the outdoor environment. So we're just starting to put the pieces together on that. That whole side chain fluoropolymer thing is something that really worries me, because the polymer conversation has been, oh, it doesn't come apart because it's all fluorinated. And instead there's this whole class of products that does come apart. And those are really common in building products. So I'm very excited that you're still working on that definition. I much prefer the one that you brought forth today for the reasons that I just mentioned. And thank you for these questions. A really, really interesting set of questions. Oh, and then finally, things to think about. The two areas that I'm not sure are fully addressed here. One is there's a lot of PFASs among several groups of chemicals that we're finding as aquatic hazards. The other really big one is organophosphate esters. They're used as plastic additives. So that kind of relates to the microplastics work and to some of these other things. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. And I'm also going to join in encouraging that you think about things in products that make waste management difficult. So some of that is directly hazardous waste, but this battery issue, and other kinds of things like that are things that maybe it's not this work plan, maybe it has to be the next work plan, but there are whole groups of government agencies that are spending a lot of time and money, and there's fires and there's all kind of other stuff around batteries. So that does seem particularly important to consider, whether there's a role for, just like the counters, whether there is a role for this program in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I have got Mateo next, then I've got Julie, then I've got Art.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to follow up on the trade-off or perceived trade-off between like specificity, predictability, and letting industry off the hook, or however you want to put it. I think agree with Mike's points about that. Some of these categories, like children's products, are very broad. And regarding the trade-off, the intention of the program is to yield safer products, right? And have companies make changes to the chemical composition of their products that yield better outcomes, right? So I think we want to make sure that, in as far as industry may think that they are in scope, they will direct that energy towards making, right, and not just general being worried, monitoring of the regulations and updates, right? Because I think, at a certain level, if you may or may not in the future be in scope of a regulation, right? Like that doesn't really help you drive change within an organization or a product line, right? So and of course, each organization will have a limited set of resources dedicated to regulatory monitoring, driving changes internally, maybe voluntary efforts, and in as much as we kind of distract folks to try and anticipate whether or not they are in scope of a regulation where the actions that they may have to take are yet unclear, this would actually be counterproductive, right? So I just want to make sure that in as much as we can kind of like be clear as, this is what we'll want you to do probably in the future, right? That's a good thing.
Thank you, Mateo. And I keep changing the rules here. But so if you've noticed, when staff is raising their pink cards to follow up with someone else's follow-up, I'm letting them like follow up directly there just to keep the conversation going. So we're going to go to Andre next, then we're going to go to Julie, then we're going to go to Art, and we're at the 10-minute mark here.
Thanks, Mike. I'll keep it really short. Mateo, would that be a vote for keeping in products intended for evaluation rather than cutting them as we talked about?
Well, I think, if it's a vote for providing as much information as possible as to, what actual types of products we may be thinking of and what what the concerns are with those products, right? So I think having a category like children's products or products that go into living spaces, without mentioning specific subcategories or priority chemicals or priority hazards or concerns, right? Like is of limited usefulness if you're intending this to be a signal to industry. That's my comment.
Thank you. So now I've got Julie, then Art, then Elaine.
Thank you. Yeah, my follow-up is to Kelly and now to Matteo as well. I guess I have the same concerns about taking products completely off the list because I'm bothered to see that electronics, for instance, is basically moving its way off the priority list, and metal vehicle parts, and as I mentioned, the battery embedded. I think batteries, it's important that we focus on battery technology and the energy transition wherever we can. Some of it's outside the scope of the program, but even something like solar panels put on residential buildings, I would think, on personal residences, I would think could potentially be within scope. So I just see a major shift towards chemical formulations, and maybe that's intentional or maybe it's accidental, but I fundamentally agree with the tension of being specific versus keeping these other industries alert to potential need to identify safer alternatives in their products. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Art, you're up.
Thanks, Mike. I just want to do a quick follow-up to what Molly's recommendation in terms of closing the loop and impact. So I would, suggest, and the program is probably already doing this, it's, treating those preliminary engagements as the beginning of an iterative evidence building process and not a one-time consultation. Because when you do one-time consultations, that can come across as being random or episodic, and people are more likely to engage or feel like their engagement is actually having an impact if they can see their input, how their input is influencing decisions made by the program. A quick comment in terms of participation. So a number of the members have already, panelists have already suggested, other groups or entities or organizations in terms of participation. Another way of looking at this is not so much specific groups, but looking at players who can see different parts of the product life cycle. And if you don't have a particular stakeholder that's right now that's representing a part of the life cycle that you're considering, I think perhaps trying to engage from that approach might also be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. And we are going to let Elaine close us out here.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so just to follow up to Matteo, because the points he makes are really important. This is, I think, thinking about the work plan and the Safer Consumer Products program and the different different activities that even just within the scope of your program, but thinking about that all in the context of other levers, both in California and in other jurisdictions, is really important. What are the things that you can do to have the most impact? And to Julie's point, I would just say there's a lot there's a lot since the time that you all initiated your work and in this space, and you'll have there's a whole section coming up with the retailers and what their role is right now, large retailers. Formulations, personal care products, cleaning products. There's just a lot going on and a lot of different actors that are really encouraging safer products. But some of these articles and newer technologies and things that are currently being rapidly innovated. I understand the formulations are constantly being reformulated. So there are all these issues, but just I guess my real what I would urge is just putting this work plan into the context in terms of not having something here doesn't mean that there shouldn't be signals somewhere else. So if we're talking about chemicals of concern, there are lists and other tools. So what is it that you really want this work plan, to signal? Thanks.
Thank you, Elaine. I am going to hand it over to Alex now.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are going to break for lunch. We will be returning at 1 p.m. and we will have the director of DTSC here for some afternoon remarks. Just a reminder to be in compliance with Bagley Keene to please refrain from speaking about our topics during lunch. And for those who want to join us for lunch, there's an open lunch in training room 1 downstairs. So we hope to see you all back here in about an hour. All right. We are back. We are live. I hope everyone had a delicious lunch. And before we start this afternoon's presentations, I would like to turn it over to Director of DTSC, Katie Butler, for some post-lunch opening remarks. So Katie, over to you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Good to see all of you. Sorry I'm not there with you in person. I am down south and just came from the Environmental Justice Advisory Council retreat. And I trust this morning session on the SCP work plan was a productive one. So last time we met, I shared my annual priorities, and there's 4 of them: consistent, timely, equitable enforcement, community engagement, science, technology, and innovation, and 4th, PFAS. And of course, Safer Consumer Product Program is woven throughout all of these. So I'll touch on some recent accomplishments and things that are worth highlighting here for you all. As you know, when it comes to enforcement, Safer Consumer Products Program has been working on various compliance projects over the last 6 months. And so we issued the nails product compliance report that showed 95% of nail products we tested either contain no toluene or contain toluene at very low levels. And it really demonstrated the value of our compliance efforts. Safer Consumer Products has an ongoing compliance initiative for PFAS in leather and textile treatment. We'll share that data as soon as it's available. We conducted Safer Consumer Products conducted surveillance at auto parts stores as well to ensure brake pads have required certification marks for copper. So it's exciting. We have multiple things happening on the compliance front. And then not directly related to enforcement, but an example of how Safer Consumer Products is really using all the regulatory tools in its toolbox. Last fall, Safer Consumer Products issued the first regulatory response through its program on spray polyurethane foam. And so as many of you know, spray polyurethane foam contains a chemical called methylene diphenyl diisocyanates, MDI. And that can lead to adverse impacts, particularly when it's not used properly with training, safety, protective equipment measures. And so the regulatory response requires improved hazard labeling, personal protective equipment, mandatory training for all of the workers, and funding a minimum of $4 million green chemistry and engineering innovation grant program. So that's exciting. This is the first regulatory response of its kind that the department has issued. And I think that regulatory certainty and clarity for this product now has proven to result in multiple abridged alternative analysis reports from new companies entering the spray foam market. So moving to goal 2, as far as community engagement goes, Safer Consumer Product staff continues to stay engaged with the community. They're out and about, tabling at events, participating in the Toxic Crusaders program that we run at high schools for hands-on experiences. And SCP also met with the Tribal Advisory Committee that we have here at Cali, PA, and DTSC's Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. So this is a newer committee we have at the department. It was just stood up in the last year. They're getting their feet under them. They are excited about engaging with the department across all of our programs. And in fact, they identified SCP as one of their top 3 priorities. So they're identifying some huge opportunities here to reverse environmental injustices through SCP. And I'm really looking forward to hearing their guidance for further engagement with them as they get deeper into their work and amplify the voices of environmental justice communities across California. So that's exciting for us. And there was a lot of positive energy in the room earlier with them this morning. Moving on to goal 3, science, technology, and policy innovation. Safer Consumer Products program continues to move the needle here as well. This is perhaps their core of their work, right? The science, technology, and innovative aspect of what they do. They really thrive in this space. And so strengthening our environmental chemistry lab is something that we're focused on at DTSC. We are developing new methods for product chemical combinations as needed. We challenge our lab experts on how to test for chemicals and develop these new methods, and they love doing it. We have some fabulous lab experts, PhD chemists in our lab that work hand in hand with program staff on this. And we're also in the rulemaking process, as many of you are aware, to add microplastics to the candidate chemicals list. And that's something that's garnered a lot of interest. Perhaps it was one of our well-attended public workshops. And so that's exciting for us as well. At the department level, we're developing policies and practices around the use of AI. We talked a little bit about this last time we met, and SCP is continuing to think how to best use AI for its work. And so at the department, we are approaching AI implementation responsibly, steadily, and carefully looking at use cases to see how it can best be utilized to move our work forward. Goal 4 is chemical specific to tackle the many challenges that PFAS brings to our environment and to our communities. And so in addition to the categories SCP has already regulated, such as carpets, rugs, textiles, SCP is evaluating floor maintenance products, such as floor finishes and floor strippers. And so in February, SCP released a draft product chemical profile for floor maintenance products containing PFAS. And that was identified as a deliverable in our director priorities this year. So excited that we accomplished that. We held a workshop and a public comment period. We received a good number of comments, including those from local water and sanitation districts and environmental health nonprofit organizations. So in our public forums and at our Board of Environmental Safety meeting just earlier this week, we heard a lot of interest in SCP, particularly, and this is of note for your afternoon discussion, we heard a call from some public commenters to take a closer look at the nexus between SCP and the Hazardous Waste Management Program. And as the former deputy of hazardous waste management, I always was very interested in exploring this as a mechanism for the department to be more preventative in protecting public health. And so I'm delighted this afternoon that you all will have a chance to do just that, to look at these possible connections between SCP and the Hazardous Waste Management Program. There's a huge appetite for DTSC to structure its systems and its policies in a way that works more preventatively and prevents the contamination to our environment upstream so that they don't enter our waste streams to begin with. And so we have a special opportunity this afternoon as well to involve the Environmental Safety Board Chair, Andrew Rakestraw, in this conversation. Thank you, Andrew. I'm so happy you're joining. And Chair Rakestraw joins actually one of our newest members, the Senate President Pro Tem Emeritus, Tony Atkins. They both sit on the board subcommittee for Safer Consumer Program metrics. So we're very fortunate to have both of them working with you all, with our SCP team on metrics. We certainly have some complex environmental problems to tackle as a state, as a nation, as a globe. I do feel the weight of this responsibility, California's important role as a leader in tackling these problems. So at the same time, I'm encouraged by the wealth of expertise and experience that is in the room today. Thank you to all of our panel members, to the members of the public who are joining. I wish I was there in person today, but I look forward to hear what comes out of these discussions from this week's meeting. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Alex.
Thank you, Katie. We are going to jump right back in. So up next is a discussion on retailer engagement with an external speaker from the NGO's Change Chemistry's Retail Leadership Council. So at our last GRAS meeting, we shared that we had conducted retailer webinars to educate retailers about our program and their potential duty to comply. We had strong attendance, and we would like to consider with you how SCP might work with retailers more proactively rather than just at the point of their duty to comply. So to provide some food for thought, we thought it would be helpful to hear about another successful collaborative retailer program, the Retail Leadership Council. So many of you know Jenny McKellar, Program Director at Change Chemistry, who has graciously agreed to share more about the program. She is with us online, so I will pass it off to you, Jenny.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Alex. And I want to say thank you to Jen Jackson and the whole DTSC team for inviting me here today. I'm thrilled to be here and just excited to talk with you about the work that we have done with retailers over the last decade or so, and to open the door to potential more dialogue between our organization and yours, and to see how we can continue the conversation around supporting retailers and their efforts to provide safer consumer products to the general public. So as Alex said, I'm Jenny McKellar. I'm the program director here at Change Chemistry. Can I control the slides from here? I don't think I can. Okay. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So at Change Chemistry, we are a business-to-business association focused on accelerating market transformation towards safer and more sustainable chemicals and ultimately safer consumer-facing products. As we have seen, business as usual has not resulted in the massive shift we would like to see in the adoption and innovation of safer chemicals. So we work, can we go to the next slide, please? Across the value chain from chemical producers all the way up to retailers and across sectors to align innovation and demand signals to identify problematic chemicals in product categories and collaborate to scale and increase the adoption of safer alternatives. We work with a variety of sectors, including construction, beauty and personal care, cleaning products, electronics, apparel and footwear, and many others. You can go to the next slide. And while our membership does primarily focus on companies that are from within the chemical value chain, we also collaborate and partner with a variety of ecosystem players that surround and influence the chemical value chain. We work with the innovation community to define criteria for safer molecules and deliver safer solutions. And we have developed metrics for the investment community to better evaluate and understand safer chemicals so that they can make educated decisions about the critical investments that are needed to support the transition to safer chemistries. We also partner and develop close relationships with other NGOs in this space that focus on safer chemicals and products who are critical not only to us achieving our mission, but also to our member companies. For some of our member companies, the Change Chemistry meetings are the only place where they can engage in open and constructive dialogue with these critical organizations. Focusing on both US and EU policy opportunities, we also advocate for supportive policies that are necessary to support the value chain in the creation and scaling and adoption of safer solutions. Last week, some of you may have seen we released a report on the push and pull incentives that could be adopted by policymakers to support the transition to safer products and materials. We have worked closely over the years with several government agencies that have historically supported research, evaluation, and adoption of safer chemicals. Next slide, please. As an organization, our work is focused into 4 integrated and interconnected activity areas. We convene active learning communities like the Retailer Leadership Council, which I'll be talking about today. And any projects that we move forward through our value chain collaborations focus area are born from our conversations with our members and partners in our learning communities. Our collaborative projects strive to drive market alignment and accelerate the speed of innovation and adoption of safer chemicals. And our policy and advocacy work strives to align public push and pull incentives to support the chemical industry and the transition to safer development, production, and availability of safer products. Next slide, please. We think this work is incredibly important because the barriers facing companies across the value chain are numerous and insurmountable by any one organization alone. Collaborative action is needed to address these barriers to market transformation. Cost and performance are typically the barriers that we have heard the most about. And historically, we have heard that greener solutions underperform and cost more, which are both non-starters, even if molecules are deemed safer in some capacity. For many companies, there are reputational, technical, and commercial risks associated with transitioning to new molecules, formulations, or products, and internal change management barriers due to entrenched ways of working or other norms can impede the scale and adoption of new processes, regardless of external pressures to change. The availability and level of transparency of data and good information to make decisions can be fragmented, can be limited, and sometimes it's just unavailable to companies across the value chain. And without support from investors and government, financing the transition to safer factories, processes, and products can be out of reach for companies who cannot bear the cost alone. And of course, historical distortions of incumbent chemistries and their impacts on human health and the environment, and especially the most vulnerable populations, have been hidden behind regulations and legacy protections. Next slide, please. When we look more specifically at the challenges and opportunities for retailers, I'm going to start with the opportunities, even though they're at the bottom there. We see that retailers play a central role in creating demand signals for safer products. When upstream players are looking for focus areas for R&D dollars, they look to retailers to provide crucial demand signals that there are market pull for safer chemicals. Retailers are also uniquely positioned to push brands and formulators to transition to safer chemicals through the use of restricted substance lists and other strategic chemical management priorities. Retailers, in many cases, are the closest to consumers and therefore provide critical insights on consumer preference trends. All of this is critical information for upstream players in the value chain. That said, the retailers also face a unique set of challenges. The level of public scrutiny around certain chemical classes is on the rise, and families are looking for safer products to bring into their homes. And despite regulation being a key driver for change, we know that regulation is slow and reactive rather than proactive. Under-regulation of chemicals of concern makes it challenging for retailers to manage customer expectations for safer and healthier products. Another key challenge for retailers is managing information, not only ensuring that they have the most accurate information about the products on their shelves, but also keeping up with the ever-evolving information, not only from a compliance standpoint, but also from a health and safety perspective. Data about the chemicals contained within products, especially articles, things that have multi-component appliances or textiles, can be incredibly challenging. Information about each individual component can be lost throughout the chain of custody, and yet retailers are responsible for ensuring that the products that they sell are safe. There are also a number of internal challenges, including limited technical capacity on toxicology or chemistry within merchant teams, or in some cases within the organization as a whole. And within the organization, chemical safety might not rise to the same level as other strategic priorities like carbon neutrality or circularity. Next slide, please. And yet, we do see that there are several drivers for change, not only for retailers, but across the value chain. As we all know, regulation is the biggest hammer in the toolkit that drives change faster than any of these other drivers. But that said, it's not the only driver. And at a time of slower regulation, especially at the federal level and the inconsistency in the regulations, these other drivers are critical leverage points for change. NGO pressure is important for creating public awareness of chemicals of concern and creates consumer pressure for safer alternatives. Brand reputation is a key driver for companies as well, as they want to be seen as responsive to consumer preferences by providing high-performing, cost-effective, and safe products for families. And reliability of supply chains is critical for companies, especially in a time of global conflicts that have impacted access to critical feedstocks and interrupted trade routes. And of course, collaboration and financial support are critical drivers when it comes to aligning innovations with market signals and securing investment to support the transition to new molecules. Next slide, please. So as an organization, we really do think it's important to keep the business case for safer chemicals top of mind for all of our member companies. So we continuously come back to the idea that ultimately safer chemistry is just good business, and that safer chemicals creates value for customers and shareholders. Next slide. I mentioned that one of our main activity areas as an organization is peer learning through our active learning communities. And one of these groups is our Retailer Leadership Council. This group was formed in 2013 when two champions from Walmart and Staples asked Change Chemistry, then known as the Green Chemistry and Commerce Council, to convene a group of retailers to address the unique challenges facing retailers when it comes to sourcing and selling safer products. The mission of this group is to promote safer chemicals and materials. The mission of this group is to promote safer chemicals, materials, and products throughout the retail supply chain. And members include multi-brand retailers, including general merchandise and specialty big box stores, online retailers, grocers, and healthcare chain stores. Next slide. Our current membership includes 15 large, mostly US-based retailers with diverse product portfolios. Next slide, please. And some of the key outputs from this group include the Statement of Chemical Innovation Priorities and Transparency Roadmap, the Joint Statement of Using Green Chemistry and Safer Alternatives to Advance Sustainable Products, and the Holistic Product Considerations for Alternatives Assessment. All of these outputs are intended to drive change in the value chain and are intended to create demand signals to upstream players to create safer chemicals and products. Next slide, please. I particularly love the 2019 Chemical Innovation Priorities that was developed by the Retail Leadership Council after many conversations with chemical manufacturers within our membership. What I think is fascinating about this list is that if we look at many of these chemical classes, we would see that many of these chemistries still remain problematic, but it's also interesting to look and see where we have seen good progress as well. However, what I think we can all agree on is that after 7 years of this important demand signal being out in the market, we would have liked to have seen much more change, and we would have liked to have seen change happen faster. Next slide, please. So what can we do now, and how can we move faster to continue to push change within the system? In 2026, Change Chemistry will be working with its Retailer Leadership Council and other members of Change Chemistry to kick off several collaborative transformation accelerator projects. These projects will develop product category-based frameworks to help chemical producers, brand owners, and retailers transition away from chemicals of concern in a way that is clear, focused, and grounded in market reality. This framework will combine hazard, exposure risks, and market readiness of potential alternatives to guide decisions about where to act first and how to drive progress across an entire product category. The first phase will establish shared understanding of which chemicals of concern are present within a specific product category and which of those are of highest concern. Phase 2 will build on the hazard-based outputs from Phase 1 by developing shared exposure-informed tiering frameworks that will help companies understand where chemical risk is most likely to matter in practice, not just in principle. And Phase 3 will develop shared criteria related to market readiness of safer alternatives and safer and more sustainable alternatives. Specifically, this framework will connect incumbent chemicals to action pathways based on the availability and maturity of alternatives, thus identifying market-ready solutions, scalable alternatives, or in some cases, the need for innovation. Next slide, please. For 2026, we will focus on the product categories outlined here, which align nicely with the product priorities identified by Safer Consumer Products. Next slide, please. The goal of these projects is to create immediate value for companies moving away from a strategy where chemicals of concern are used broadly to a future where companies are aligned on where to take action to remove problematic chemicals from a given product category. Can you click for me? And to support broader shifts in the supply chain where individual companies are creating their own priority maps to a future where there's a shared framework for prioritization and alignment of focused efforts to phase out toxic chemicals in consumer goods. All right, that's all I have for you today. Thanks so much for listening, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
We're shadow clapping for you, Jenny. Wonderful. Well, Jenny, it's wonderful for you to be here. Fantastic talk. I'm seeing lots of light bulbs going on for everyone. Couple housekeeping things before we get started. We're gonna, Jenny, just so you know, people raise their tent cards here to get in a lineup for conversation. We have a process that if somebody wants to add to the existing conversation thread, we prioritize those first. I want to also just reiterate for staff that are online, there's those directions. If you have a question, raise your hand and we'll send you another link to queue you into the line of discussion. And we neglected to say, you know, staff and others here in the room, if you also have a question, please just go up to the table. We're not just preferentially treating those online. So the same treatment goes for all of you. If you have a question or want to add to the line of conversation, we want to offer the same. And please just come sit at one of the microphones and we'll queue you up. But before we begin with some,
Follow up too, right? If she wants.
of course, and yeah, Jenny, you're just going to need to interject, raise your virtual hand if you have a follow-up. So clarifying questions for Jenny before we get started. Jenny, we have a list of questions that the staff have prepared for us in terms of how the program can better interact with the space of retailers. But before we get into that, let's take some clarifying questions on your great presentation, if there are any. You have, please, Kelly.
Actually, a clarifying question this time. I was just wondering if if the retailers group, a couple things. I saw you show both product categories, and there was a slide earlier where you talked about some kind of functional uses of chemicals. And what I was actually wondering is, are there specific chemicals that are kind of on the list as being important for this group coming up? And if you might want to remark at all about functional use in product categories.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think we have looked at it both ways. So we are always looking at how do we increase the speed of adoption and change that needs to happen. And we think by going at this product category specific approach, it allows us not only to look at what the specific chemicals that are used within a particular product category, but then prioritize them based first on hazard profile. So looking at the worst of the worst within those chemical formulations and identifying those as needing phase out. So we would, of course, look first at hazard as the primary driver, but we also look at other things like threshold, context of use, and then weigh that against other chemicals within that same formulation when we're trying to focus the area or focus the work on phase out or reformulation to try to focus those conversations. So rather than just saying we're going to approach adhesives and sealants and focus solely on PFAS, we want to look at adhesives and sealants as a whole and look at all of the chemistries that are contained within that product category and prioritize them first based on hazard, and then do a second level of prioritization based on the full formulation and looking at the context use and the thresholds within that particular formulation. So that's kind of a long answer, but I think it will give us a way to look at not only a wider variety of chemicals that we wouldn't maybe have caught just by looking at, say, like I said, PFAS and adhesives and sealants, we may not catch some of the other problematic chemistries within that formulation. And so doing it this way, we're hoping that we can create faster change towards greater and safer products that are available by looking more holistically at the formulation as a whole and addressing potentially more than one chemistry at a time.
Thanks, Jenny. Mike.
Again, a great presentation, Jenny. So going back to your driver slide, which I really liked, and I want to tease at that top one, the regulations one. So the way it's written, yeah, I was thinking a dearth of regulations. If there isn't a regulation going out to drive, that's great. What are your thoughts when it goes even a step further? So I'm thinking the Global Plastics Treaty, that there was a lot of great hope for. There was a lot of work put towards it. There were even some smaller steps that could have been placed into a treaty in the interim towards recycling instead of reduction. When something like that happens and it doesn't happen, and there are some widespread expectations it's going to, does that trickle down your driver's list? You didn't get the treaty, which I'll equate to a regulation, but then do you see that people are thinking, okay, well now, I have even less to do. It's kind of a negative driver.
I think that's such an interesting way of looking at it, Mike. What I would say is when we talk to companies, what they are really looking for is durability and policy trends, right? So right now, when we see this inconsistency of shifting in the way that global policy is talked about when we talk about global chemicals management, it creates a lot of confusion currently, but we think that it's still just going to ultimately, in 20 years, we'll look back and say this was just noise, right? Ultimately, we can see that companies want to move towards safer and more sustainable alternatives. And so that trend will continue. And so while regulations are a key driver for change, they're not the only one. And so that's why it's so important to look right now at these other drivers when there is this inconsistency. And I would just say when we look at things like the Global Framework on Chemicals or Safe and Sustainable by Design or the Plastic Treaty, those are all beautiful attempts at trying to create a cohesive message and policy structure around safer chemicals and materials and how we can manage those from a regulation standpoint or guiding frameworks. But they also need some of these other drivers in place around them to make them come to fruition. And so I think it's important to realize that all of these things need to be working in concert, and sometimes one is stronger than the other. And so I guess I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Clarifying question from Suzanne. Oh, okay. Any other clarifying questions before we move to discussion? Great. All right. So we have about 40.
Like Mateo has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. I didn't see that. Mateo, thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it was late. My question was, kind of the RSL is brought up as development of RSL is brought up as one of the charge questions, and I was just curious to hear more of, like what the purpose was, like what kind of RSL is being looked to be developed. Is it by the Leadership Council or by DTSC? Because I think that could inform how we might respond to that third charge question.
When I'm mentioning RSLs, I'm thinking of it more as a way of retailers to communicate back down to their suppliers about what is acceptable to be within their store shelves and what's not. What I think is interesting about RSLs is, well, many things, but one of them is that there's such inconsistency between RSLs for retailers, and some retailers don't even have them, right? So the diversity of what ends up on those lists is incredibly interesting, and why it ends up the way it is always an interesting detective, project to go and dig out why some things ended up the way that they did.
And is there connection to SCP, or is this more of a theoretical question of how retailers may set chemical policy, including RSLs?
Yeah, I'll let others answer that as well, but I would say one other thing that's important to remember about RSLs is that only chemicals that have good known alternatives can end up on that RSL. I don't think many companies are really willing to restrict chemicals until they know that there's a viable, safer alternative out there. And so while there may be good uses for RSLs and communicating priorities for an organization like a retailer, they are also limited in the availability of what's out there on the market.
Thank you.
I think, Mateo, this is for our full group. I think that third question is really one of understanding that the program has its candidate chemicals list, right, which is a list of authoritative chemicals of concern. But there's analogous lists, if you will, that industry uses called the restricted substances list. And as Jenny mentioned, these lists can widely vary. Often there's overlap with the candidate chemical list. Often they're not. Many times they're very sectoral specific. So I think it's a conversation just about these analogous chemical of concern lists and how do we leverage them. I think that's the basis of that conversation that we want to have together. All right, yeah, so we have about 45 minutes to, or a little less now, about 40 minutes to take on these charge questions. Many of them, two of them focus kind of on the question of drivers. The first one being, we know regulation is a key driver, but how do we better work with retailers to kind of advance substitution even before regulation. And just on that note, I want to mention, I did some work with the European Union about 6 years ago. And before this program and also Washington's program really got off the ground, it was retailers who were driving safer alternatives. It was retailers who were driving substitution in the United States. Regulation was not driving. It was always this interesting dynamic between what drives change in Europe, regulation, what drives change in the US, it was retailers. That obviously is changing some dimension with the advances of some of our regulatory programs at the states, but there is a history here. And I'm really excited that we're talking about it because there's a lot of potential that remains untapped. So the second question one is about, again, drivers. And Jenny preempted our discussion, I think, about this by listing a set of drivers other than regulation. We can go back to that slide and have a discussion about how might we work with retailers to better leverage those additional drivers. And the last question here is about the issue of RSLs. And I have the question in front of me. Especially for those of our panel who have worked in companies that have actually developed chemicals policies or RSLs, the question is, how does that process unfold? How are things prioritized? And what can we learn from that as we think about this nexus between RSLs, candidate lists, and the programs that are working collectively to move to safer alternatives? So with that, Helen, please start us off.
Hi, I want to echo what you were saying about the retailers being important and have a long history with DC3. So glad to see, where it is today. On the RSL development, since you happen to be talking about that, there were several things that we found as we developed that and worked with the retailers. You're right, the retailers were my enforcers. In practice, they were the enforcers. So anybody who's making an individual product, it's very tough to kind of make sure that everything is happening the way you want it to. But the retailers were actually extremely efficient at it. And so I had some of my best results and outcomes were a collaboration with the retailers, with the big names, and especially in electronics, the big names in electronics. So I would say that that's probably actually true for other people who are looking to make big changes and have it really propagate through the market, is the retailers are your beat cops, or they're making sure people are doing it. Another thing though that I was thinking about as Jenny was talking about the differences in the list by the different retailers, that's a very real problem for upstream and downstream. It's very difficult. Another related problem comes with the safer substitution problem, where if you've decided that something's bad, and then maybe there's an alternative that's also not good, but is not on an RSL, what happens to that bad alternative? And I'll tell you my own experience. I can't speak generally to the universe, but I will say that we definitely found cases of that. But as an individual OEM, even if I added something to that, to the company's RSL, without support from retailers or other people, other companies, it was very hard for me to make that stick. The very specific one, which you probably remember, was the early phthalate work. So if you remember, a very small number of orthophthalates had been restricted or were about to be restricted under Ross. And our team correctly foresaw what was going to happen kind of afterwards. And you didn't want to be doing multiple substitutions on phthalates, as they rotated, as the very clever chemists rotated them through. And but they weren't restricted yet. They weren't on RSLs. And we were able to work with the retailers to get the class of phthalates restricted way before it was actually in any kind of regulatory language. And so because they don't have any barriers, a retailer could say, I don't want peanut butter in this. there's no reason that they can't do that. There's no barrier to it. And so we were actually able to get those changes done much faster and easier and more effectively than just my own company putting it on my RSL. So I think that this is a really important relationship. This is from the supplier to the retailer, but I think that a lot of that same features are going to be true from a regulation perspective.
Mateo, hold on. I think Mike has a follow-up.
Unless Mateo's a follow-up also.
Nope.
I'll go. So I want to echo what Helen's saying. I think it's the best way going forward. What she was talking about last is with a company working with the retailers, you get a lot more leverage. What I wanted to just follow up on as a cautionary note is don't expect it's always going to happen easily, because industry can't unite and do things due to anti-trade laws. So we're restricted. If we're going to do something together, then we have to have an intermediary to work with. So that might be a trade association. Early on with retailers, there was something called the SIR work group that I think UL was the one that was the sponsoring body. They worked with consumer goods companies so that retailers could learn what our ingredients worked. In many cases, this was before we would publish all of our ingredients, but the retailers then could look at the ingredient lists and then they could restrict them themselves. So exactly what Helen was talking about, you drive a lot of change if you get the retailers to say you can't use it, but if the retailers don't know it's there, it's much harder for them to do it. But you have to give industry the ability to work together in order for that to happen.
Why GC3 so good?
Great. Mateo, please.
Yeah, so on the RSL question, I think, plus one to Helen's point about it's easy to come up with a list and have a good justification for each chemical on the list, but it's much harder to say why this and not that, right? That's always the challenge. And of course, that's an important challenge to avoid irregular substitutions, etc. So I'm speaking mostly from my experience at Cradle to Cradle, where we built a large multi-industry RSL, and this was the central challenge. We relied heavily on authoritative sources, and so mostly regulations were a source for the RSL, and we're trying to create something that harmonizes global regulations and kind of picks the most conservative one for each substance. It's also challenging to have something that applies across product categories. So I think the best RSLs are either focused narrowly on a specific product category or have restrictions that are more specific than this is banned across all products, but mention something about the applications in which it is restricted. And harmonizing RSLs is important to I think increase the impact, but it's challenging due to some of the points that Mike mentioned. So I think engaging with some of those pre-competitive spaces or creating them is helpful. I think that's on the topic of RSLs. I think on question 2 about what other drivers are there beyond regulations, there's also certifications that I think are a driver for chemical policy. I think several retailers, including Amazon, have programs where they essentially give preferential placement to products that meet certain sustainability criteria. Chemistry can be an important attribute in these. So for example, in the climate friendly program that Amazon has, one of the attributes where you can get points to qualify is related to safer chemistry, and that's based on third-party certifications like Safer Choice. And I think there's about 20 others, right, that you can qualify for. So I think that's also an important driver.
Mateo, Heather, please.
Yeah, I think a few people have alluded to the fact that if you do have an RSL, the challenge then there is, well, how do you qualify or review the materials that could be used in the stead of those chemicals that are on the RSL? And I think that this is an area where having a definition of a safer chemical can help scale the ability to say what may or may not meet the criteria for safer. Otherwise, if there's a restricted substances list and then each individual chemical that has not been vetted now needs to be reviewed to a certain bespoke criteria, and that creates a lot of work depending on who's going to do that work. There are infrastructures in place for the use of chemical hazard assessment on large data sets. I'm thinking of what the Safer Chemistry Impact Fund has done across different industry sectors to say, what is the distribution of chemicals used in a specific sector or specific product type? And want to bring the attention of everybody to the metrics that they use there. And that's the metrics of chemicals that are considered safer within an industry or a function, those that are not considered safer, and then those that are data gaps. And I think within the data gaps or those uncharacterized chemicals, that's where a lot of focus would need to be to make sure that a restricted substances list is feasible and that we're avoiding those potentially regrettable substitutions. But I think that to do that at scale, defining safer or what's not safer is going to potentially be a hindrance for the program.
Thanks, Heather. Mike.
So I'm jumping to question number 2 here. And I'll say I'm not intending to sound like a commercial. I might, but that's not my intent. So, and I can keep doing it, but so raise your cards for us. But so with the drivers, I wanted to comment around that these aren't standalones. Each of these drivers are more effective if they can be interrelated. So to me, a key one that industry would look at would be customer demand. If our customers want it, we're going to do it in general if we can. But how do you make the customers want it? How do you create customer demand? And that goes to, in my mind, not necessarily the NGO pressure, but NGO collaboration. I had a conversation regarding our work with Plastic Bank and their work with ocean-bound plastics, and then brand reputation. And what we're seeing is a surge in customer demand around these plastics that aren't virgin plastics. And I would urge anyone to see how this is working. If you're in Chicago by chance, and you go to the Institute of Science and Industry, it's one of our museums, there is an exhibit there in the now called SC Johnson Wing called the Blue Paradox. It is amazing. And you can see parts of it online. So if you get a chance to look at it, but what it's doing is it is in a very family-friendly method. It is teaching children and parents and students about the dangers of microplastics and how they're already there. The students see samples of lake water from Lake Michigan, and they're shown that there are microplastics already in the water that they are drinking. And by introducing them to that concept and what can they do about it, you've suddenly built some customer demand, even though you don't have a regulation around it. So I think you have to look at the drivers as maybe not necessarily individual, not even stepwise, but they're all tied together. And that's how you can create an even stronger driver.
Helen has a follow-up, and then I have Kelly and Art.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of add on to what you're saying. And what I've observed is that some of the most successful changes they start with an informed advocacy of some type, usually an NGO, but it can be from several different types of sources. But so pressure, I agree with you, that's actually not a very good word. So let's say advocacy of some type. Somebody who knows something about an issue, makes it, brings it to the consumer's attention through initiatives and possibly to regulators, but usually to the consumer directly, and says, hey, you should be worried about microplastics or whatever. That turns into a brand reputation risk, as that elevates the people's awareness. And then that tends to drive the product companies to then collaborate to come up with a solution. And by then, usually the regulators have kind of gotten on board. That's been my observation of kind of the big changes. I don't know if that's kind of consistent with what you've seen, and so it's not necessarily stepwise, but it tends to play out in a particular type of cycle. And so if we have an area, back to sort of like, how do you get that flywheel going? You actually do need to have that activist part, the awareness raising, because it really sets things in motion. Many years ago, one of the NGOs climbed on the roof of my building and did a protest. And it was the best thing that ever happened. And I thanked them many times for that, because it started the whole process. And we were then able to accomplish a lot more. But without that sort of spark, it's really hard to get the rest of it going.
Thanks, Helen. Kelly, please.
Well, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on retail. I'm excited by the conversation and by the work we've been hearing about and some of the stories here. I just had a couple of thoughts. And for those of you with your Green Ribbon Science Panel bingo cards, I'm going to use the word brake pad. So we can check that box now. The thing I don't see on the drivers that is the real reason that there's basically no copper in brake pads anymore. It's not the law. It's that manufacturers understood that they had significant liability associated with the pollution related to the copper in brake pads, that there were multi-billion-dollar cleanup requirements generated by the Clean Water Act. And everyone in the chain, the supply chain, from the manufacturer of the brake pad through the auto retailer, the parts store, all of those folks had part of that liability. Now, it's pretty hard to sue and win those cases successfully, but they're really expensive to defend. So that's something I just want to raise as an issue. And I think that liability thing is going to be right out there for PFAS. So just as a particular example. In terms of, I'm actually kind of surprised that we don't have hazardous waste regulation for a lot of the chemical categories that we're talking about. And I'll ask that question in the later discussion. They're just flagging that. One thing that Jenny mentioned was the importance of regulations. And that's a speech I give pretty often too. There's might even be a bingo card box for that in the Green Ribbon Science Panel bingo cards. But in the end, regulation, Jenny said it too, it really is what makes change. And so that's important. One thing that a program like this can do that can be really helpful is you can set a long deadline. So it's firm, it's out there, so people know it's coming. You have to be firm when you set those, because as soon as you start letting them slide forever and it doesn't actually happen, then it loses its power. But if you provide enough time, then there's the ability to change, then that allows investments to go into the chemical suppliers and all the other work that has to be done to ensure safety or whatever the other things are there. So I just want to kind of reassert that there is an important role for regulation here to help everyone else, including retailers. So, and then finally on the RSLs, one of the things I like about the auto industry's RSL system, so that's the Global Automotive Declarable Substance List. You probably heard me talk about that before too, or GADSL. And they have a list, but notice it's declarable substance and not restricted list. And then they have an electronic system that part suppliers for OEMs are required to disclose. So there are things that are prohibited. You got lead in a lot of stuff, it's never going to be accepted. But there is also a requirement to disclose things that they think might be subject to regulation in the future. So if you look at the latest version of it, there's a whole ton of PFAS stuff going on there. And there's only a few PFAS that are actually regulated. So I think that disclosure thing is something that I'm hoping folks will give more thought to. Getting that disclosure is hard, but big, powerful groups like this have the potential to do that. And that is a signal that starts saying, hey, we think this is going to be regulated in the future. We want to understand how it's affecting our products. And so that's a way that retailers and others can make a really big difference without actually restricting the use of the substance right away. Thanks.
Art, you're next, please.
Thank you very much, Molly. Actually, before I start, I want to apologize to Jenny because I think she's really sick and tired of seeing me because we met for a really long time last week and we're scheduled to meet again next week. So I think her seeing me at this Green Ribbon Science panel, she's probably go, oh my gosh, there's someone to get rid of this guy. So in terms of, the retailer, I just want to provide a perspective from the company that I work at. And that's slightly different from some other companies because Apple is one of the largest OEMs in the world, but we're also one of the largest retailers in the world. So when we think about, retailers being how we can shape the market, so you have to think about retailers as not just being on the receiving end of regulations, but a lot of times we're actually shaping the market because we can move much faster than regulations. So that's, something to keep in mind. And let's see. Oh, and also in terms of drivers, just want to touch on something that Kelly was saying in terms of PFAS. So not just in terms of, PFAS driving the question about liability or, concerns about liability and how to reduce liability, but on forever chemicals and other classes of chemicals, we're also seeing a lot of investor pressure in terms of how the different OEMs and retailers are managing their, chemical management programs. So that's another thing to keep in mind. And the last point about building ourselves, that is something that Apple has done and has done so for, well over 20 years. And so some of the factors that we take into consideration include, just doing a scan of what's on the regulatory horizon, because that's always something that's really important. Of course, we do hazard screening like everybody else and functional relevance and also supplier engagement. But one of the things that really, and we actually have a white paper at the Apple Environment website that talks about how we prioritize chemicals for our, RSL and for chemical management action. So if you're interested in the white paper is about 6 or 7 years old, and we're in the process of updating that. But the basic components are still relevant. And one of the really key points when it comes to the RSL and how we think about chemical management is that, the really effective RSLs, it's always a balance between your hazard ambition. And in the case of Apple and other companies, we want to go beyond regulation, but we have to balance that with implementation feasibility because it is a business. And, pie in the sky type RSLs, they might look good or look really attractive, but if they don't actually lead to better chemical management and if they're feasible, then what's the point? So let me stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Art. Next, we have Julie and then Elaine. And then Kelly again, is that right? No, okay, thank you. And Emma.
Yeah, I have a delayed response to a comment that Matteo had made, and I just want to echo the certifications and standards as another driver for motivating and incentivizing these changes in chemistries. Many different groups, NGOs. Of course, there are issues that have come up in the conversation today and elsewhere in terms of harmonizing right? If you're trying to meet this certification standard and that certification standard and all of that, how do you decide which ones and which ones to focus on? But I think linked to that is also labeling, and finding a way that the certification actually helps promote, to Mike's point about getting the consumer to want it. And we see that in foods, fat-free and high fructose corn syrup-free products and chemicals. I remember years ago a toxicology colleague of mine putting up a picture at a seminar he gave saying of a sunscreen that had the label of chemical free, which obviously isn't true, and we shouldn't go that far. But some way of getting those, because I see all these standards, I see companies leading towards the standards, but I don't know that the consumer knows necessarily what they are. So something consumer friendly like Energy Star, where again, it is just something where you see it, you know what it means. So just wanted to add that little extra component. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Elaine, and then Emma and Heather.
Yes, so I think Julie said some of the, it said some of the things I was thinking. I think I don't know if I've comments or really more just sort of a question for the program. Just in thinking about, I keep hearing, I've heard multiple times in this conversation, and of course we're hearing this a lot in general about how frustrating it is that, so much of regulation is slow and reactive. And these voluntary programs are often so much more successful in moving the dime and accomplishing some of the goals. But I wonder, I wonder in terms of this program, how maybe the work plan can be used or some of the screening can be used to address this reactive issue and really kind of get ahead of the game and see what's coming down the horizon in terms of technologies and innovations, where the program could act kind of ahead of the game to encourage a priori some of these alternatives evaluations.
Thanks, Elaine. I'm going to intervene as a follow-up. One thing that's coming to mind for me is how, again, just this question about how to leverage the RSLs. And I think there's an interesting analytic project here, which is what is the overlaps between the candidate chemicals and significant RSLs? Because if going back to our first discussion about the priority products, if we're concerned that we send a signal and then industry substitutes but ahead of regulation, right? Or how do we know can we feel confident that we hope that they're still moving to safer directions? One way of knowing that is to get a handle of the RSLs. Because if we're interested in certain sectors, product sectors, automotive sectors, textiles, right? There are major sectoral RSLs operating in those spaces. If the industry itself is telling them you cannot move to these certain substances, we have a stronger sense of a proactive shift that's moving into a better direction than we might otherwise know. So the question is, I think in some cases, how to better leverage RSLs and the signal that they're sending to their own industry to ensure that the first signals sent by this program aren't going to push somebody down a regrettable substitute, because we have some assurances that RSLs are directing them in more proactive ways. So it'd be very interesting to know what the overlap is, right? And also to see the overlap in terms of more, as both Art and Helen have mentioned, restricted substances that are even beyond regulatory lists. We can feel comfortable that that California is a list of the most authoritative lists of chemicals of concern. But as Helen said, that doesn't capture the full body of concern with regard to chemistries. It's only that which has directed regulatory attention, right? There's a whole other set of lists that even some companies and some product sectors and industry sectors are even paying closer attention to because they're 10 years ahead of regulation. So what do those lists look like, right? This overlap would be really useful to know in terms of better understanding the leverage of sending directions, sending signals that we know that are going to intercede with other signals in a positive way. Okay, so next on my list is Emma. And then Jenny. Sorry about that, Jenny.
How everyone else is going to react, so I'm just going to dare to bring them up. And hope there's lots of pink cards that pop up. But we're talking about manufacturers who change their products in advance, what drives them, etc. So the things that popped into my head yesterday when I was preparing were things like lists. Prop 65 popped into my head. And then I was reading, of course, the agenda, and we're going to talk about hazardous waste and working with hazardous waste programs. So all the other programs and regulations that California has that drive safety and public health and the opportunity to work more with them. What are they pushing for? And then my mind went to extended producer responsibility as a driver and circularity as a driver, because if the product reaches end of life and that waste stream has to be handled in a certain way, or it is going to be recycled, the chemistry content is going to affect that recycling. So is that sort of developing end of life consideration in the community able to drive the chemistry up front? We've talked a little bit about recognition, right? Labels, safer choice, etc., as a positive opportunity. That's got lots of pros and cons. And then I came back to, well, maybe the green chemistry challenges should be more upfront in the prioritization. This is all very much brainstorming comments that I'm throwing out, but these are the things that have come to mind for me, hoping other people will react and drive the conversation.
Thank you, Emma. Heather and then Suzanne.
Okay, I had a few comments. Thank you, everybody, for jogging my memory on some of these things that I wanted to say. I wanted to underline just that the functionality of a material is really, really important whenever you're generating an RSL and looking at what the safety of alternatives are, and that information is really hard to find. In the work that we do at ChemForward, we do our best to identify potential functions of chemicals, safer and not safer, in the database, but identifying where you find that functionality information is really challenging. There aren't good databases for this information. There is in beauty and personal care with Cozing and Winky, but then when you start looking at other industries, you need to really work closely with the industries that are doing that work to get that functionality well-defined, so that when you're developing lists of potentially safer alternatives, they are potential replacements. Something else I've noticed with RSLs, and I work with a lot of brands who have developed RSLs and who have kind of come full circle on why they might move away from a restricted substances list only approach, is in part to what Kelly was talking about with liability. Defining an RSL also opens you up to liability. And I've seen challenges at every level, at the NGO, the retailer, and the brand level. If you say this chemical is on my restricted substances list, but it's used to clean the lines where you manufacture that product and it shows up at trace amounts, somebody tests it, now there's another liability issue at the other end. So in thinking about how to manage those concerns, I've seen a shift toward more of a holistic restricted substances approach, chemical management approach. And I was thinking about the Google restricted substances specification that says for high hazard functions such as solvents and flame retardants, they require a chemical hazard assessment approach when looking at potential alternatives. So those can't be of high hazard. They can't be in Chem Forward and F, the equivalent of a green screen benchmark 1. So it's not enough to say that it's not on this list with an entire function. There needs to be a chemical hazard assessment or equivalent completed to say that it is potentially a safer alternative. And that helps to open up the limitations of a restricted substances list, where they'd have to go and identify every single potential solvent that is of high hazard that might not even yet be used in their industry. It might be used in a different industry, so it wouldn't crop up as a potential alternative. So the breadth of that review has to be really wide if you're developing a list. So just some things I wanted to throw in there for consideration.
Thanks, Heather. I know in the work that we've done, we've always said, just because it's not on a list doesn't mean it's safer, right? So it's always a first step, but it's not the end all be all. Suzanne.
Yeah, and maybe that's where my comment is building from, that just because it's on a restricted substances list, it doesn't mean it's safer. And again, I will preface this by saying I am also not someone with retail experience, maybe except for like the 1 month I worked at the Gap in high school. But anyway, so maybe, and this comment is probably a little bit overly idealistic, but instead of calling them restricted substances lists, why aren't we calling them restricted classes lists? I mean, don't we know enough? I mean, we've gone from banning PFOA to moving to Gen X, or banning BPA, and now we've got BPS and BPAF and the whole long list of them in receipts and another product. So if we're really looking at creating drivers for change, should we try to take a bigger bite of the apple in the beginning when we're making those lists and assume that similar structures are going to behave similarly, or that you're going to have additivity with these different chemicals that are coming in with the same classes, and moving in that direction rather than listing individual substances?
Great comment. I'm not seeing, oh, I'm so sorry. Helen had a follow-up, and I'm not sure to whom it was you were following up, but
actually it's to Heather, but actually maybe they take a detour to Suzanne as well. Actually, one of the things that I was thinking of was we went through not just an RSL exercise, but a whitelist exercise. Actually, and this ties back to Kelly about liability. And there was, I think, a very good conversation about what the liability would be on a company if a whitelist were created. And so there was a lot of back and forth because it sounded like a great idea. And actually, really, there's a lot of good thing about it. But making, having a single company do an assessment, no matter how well done it is, and saying that a particular substance is required as a substitute was just too much of a liability risk, because you cannot really ever be
fully
100% on anything, right? And so it was, that was ultimately wasn't the path, but the compromise, or the kind of the next best thing, was to create a whitelist by a third party criterion, which was by using green screen as the way to, assess whether something was acceptable or not as an alternative. I think, Art, if I remember right, you guys did a similar sort of thing. And that was the compromise of saying it wasn't my company deciding that this chemical met certain criteria. It was a third party that met that, and having an RSL combined with a pseudo whitelist qualified replacements, that actually seemed to be a pretty powerful way of avoiding kind of the worst things. And so you never necessarily said, so you had an RSL that says you can't use these chemicals, and you had approved replacements. There were lots of things that were on neither of those lists. And so that was actually pretty good, because those things couldn't get into the products because even though they weren't on the RSL, they weren't an approved replacement, but by using a third party to say whether it met the criteria, that reduced the liability for the company making that decision. So I think having different pieces of it together put the company in a better position to make sure you're getting the right replacement chemicals. Now, I don't know that there's an equivalent to that in an SCP or regulatory or in a retail. Retail actually can do whitelists, so retail is good for that, but I'm not sure if there's an equivalent. Right, absolutely. Yeah, we're talking about the EPA skill list. Yeah, and I think that's an obvious. The things together, I think they're synergistically better together because you say you can't use these. We've checked these out, and it's going to tip the scales towards the things that have been evaluated, as opposed to just that open, use anything you want.
Thank you, Heather. We're at time, and we're going to be moving on to our next topic for discussion. But I'd like to just see, Jenny, is there anything that you heard or think important to round out this conversation before you leave us? And again, thank you so much for getting this rolling with the department and with the panel here. I think there's a lot more conversation yet to be had. But anything that you heard that you want to round out before you leave us?
I just want to say thank you again to you all for having me here today. This is such an exciting opportunity to open more dialogue between the work that you all are doing, and it's incredibly important in getting this perspective from the retailers. And I just want to put one final thought out there, is that restricted substance lists are great, but they're also a laundry list of a very large set of chemicals. And even looking at California's priority list of chemicals, it's large. And so one thing I would say that we're really focusing on, and Art mentioned as well, and Art's work at Apple has been really instrumental in how we think about prioritization, is that step of prioritization, is that list is massive, but the worst of the worst are hidden among many other things. So a CMR or something with acute toxicity should be weighed differently than a skin sensitizer. And so I think that prioritization piece is something that we should consider alongside the development of RSLs and the review of RSLs, is how do we prioritize the worst of the worst first and really drive market action away from those chemicals as quickly as possible. So thank you everyone for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jenny,
for the continued engagement. So thanks, Molly. Good luck with the rest of your meeting.
Thank you again, Jenny.
We never really thanked Jenny for her presentation, so maybe we could just.
Thank you, Jenny.
Okay, we're going to now shift over to our second afternoon topic, bridging the gaps between compliance pathways and impact, the role of AA at SCP, presented by the Chemical Evaluation Unit Supervisor, Ann Cooper Doherty.
All right, can you hear me? Okay, great. Okay, switching a little bit back towards, well, I don't know, we'll bridge the gap between all of the stages of SCP. So yeah, I'm Ann Cooper Doherty, and here to present on bridging the gaps between compliance pathways and impact, the role of AA and SCP. And I will just say thanks to all the previous topics that have set this one up perfectly. I've been taking notes throughout the day. So hopefully this will be a really great conversation. So this old slide, we've all seen a lot. So I won't get into it because I think we're all quite familiar with the basic kind of four components of the Safer Consumer Products program. But of course, the alternatives analysis step is the one that we often focus in on as the cornerstone of our process, a key to avoiding regrettable substitutions. Key features include life cycle thinking applied to the evaluation of alternatives, informed, deliberate decision-making, longer time frames, but of course intentionally so, because that's what you really need to be able to do this life cycle thinking and informed, deliberate decision-making, as we're all aware of, because this topic comes up very frequently at these Green Ribbon Science Panel meetings. So in terms of pathways to compliance, which AA alternatives analysis is an element, we have discussed this, like I said, many times. But one component of this, Tom Bruton presented on back in December of 2024 when he talked about the lessons learned from some of the AA, particularly 6 PBD that we'd gotten up to that point, and the 7 priority products so far. So compliance, pathways to compliance is actually much more complicated than that 4-step diagram might suggest. So you can start, of course, with a priority product listing through rulemaking. There's a priority product notification that's due 60 days later. And from there, it's not just the AA. There's a number of notifications that manufacturers or responsible entities can also submit. There are these chemical removal, product chemical replacement, product removal notifications. There's also the alternatives analysis threshold notification, which is an option if the chemical is below this alternatives analysis threshold we've set, which is typically applicable for contaminants. So it's a much more complicated setup than just the 4 steps. But in reality, it's even more complicated, as we've alluded to multiple times already today. We're seeing that frequently manufacturers switch to a substitute chemical before our regulations even take effect. So therefore, they're avoiding our process altogether. They can also avoid going through the full AA process by submitting one of these other notifications I just talked about, or this alternatives analysis notification if it's a contaminant. What we've also seen is that they can submit what's called an abridged AA if they decide that there are no safer alternatives currently available, which is a form of AA, but it's not that full 2-stage AA, which has the full, long kind of life cycle that we typically think about when we think about an AA. So there are lots of possible pathways to compliance, and they lead to different kinds of outcomes to think about. So this is a table that you saw a few years ago when Tom presented. So this was what Tom presented back then, and this was the 7 priority products that we had done up to then. So all the different ones, and then the columns represent kind of the different stages. So the PPN is priority product notification, PAA is preliminary AA, FAA is final AA, and then RR is reg response. And the X's versus the check marks represent what we have or haven't gotten in regards to each of those stages. Of the 3 priority products up to that point where an AA had been submitted, one was an abridged AA, which is spray polyurethane foam, and another with methylene chloride. We just got a preliminary AA, and then the manufacturers removed the products from the market. And only one product, 6 PBD, do we expect to receive a full 2-stage AA. So we've gotten the preliminary AA, and we expect to receive a final AA for that situation. But we're finding that in many cases, manufacturers are making switches ahead of time and avoiding the regulations or submitting other types of notifications and not doing this full AA process. So an update to the table since that 2024 meeting shows that our most recent and upcoming priority products indicate that we're likely to continue along a similar trend. So for laundry detergents containing nonylphenol ethoxylates, that was back in October of 2024. We got PPNs, but indicates that products removed from the California market or they substituted before regulation. Robin mentioned the nail products containing methyl methacrylate went into effect earlier. We're still in April, so earlier this month. Those PPNs are not due until June 1st. So I said none yet because still could be coming. But we have not had any indication yet that manufacturers are going to pursue an AA. But still to be determined. But that same applies to the other 2 as well. The nail products containing triphenyl phosphate at concentrations greater than 250 ppm, and the manual dish detergents and shampoo containing 1,4-dioxane at concentrations greater than 1 ppm. So like I said, this suggests this continued trend of very few priority products resulting in AAs will continue. So at that meeting in December 2024, we talked about options to possibly, work with our AA process to address some of the things that Tom had talked about. We were cautioned against making, big changes to our framework as, the AA field is advancing and developing, more expertise is built, and the market for AA practitioners matures. But we want to reframe this discussion. We're not just repeating what we talked about then. We want to reframe this discussion about the question of when are we even going to be getting AAs at all? So even if we address the challenges, will manufacturers submit an AA if they don't absolutely have to? And what are those situations in which they absolutely have to? And for those other occasions when we don't anticipate an AA, how can we, this theme, maximize our impact towards helping ensure safer substitutions and safer products? So I'm sure none of these will be a surprise to any of you about challenges with pre-regulatory substitution. We don't have insight into what alternatives are being used. We can do follow-up market analysis or information requests. That takes additional work, but it's kind of a black box sometimes in terms of what might be being subbed out because they don't have to report it to us. As has been kind of alluded to already, manufacturers may be rushing to find alternatives to avoid regulation, increasing the likelihood of regrettable substitutes. As also has just been discussed, we can try and list multiple chemicals in a priority product to try and get ahead of things, but as we've just talked about, like it's hard to know all the alternatives that might be out there and capture all the ones that could be concerning. We're limited capacity there. Unless we take the direct to regulatory response, sometimes we call it SB 502 approach, we don't have the regulatory response option to address ongoing human or environmental concerns if they don't, of course, enter our process. Even if we do take that direct to regulatory response approach, they can still sub out before the regulations, so they're still not going to be subject to regulatory responses, even in that situation. So it doesn't necessarily address the issue. So the inherent question is, how can we be most effective both in our choices for prioritization of products and our actions to advance safer products? The discussion questions today, like I said, built on what was discussed back in December of 2024, but focuses earlier in the process of the priority product prioritization stage and the resulting impacts. To that end, today, we'd love to hear from you on things like the factors that could influence the likelihood of a manufacturer completing and submitting an AA. So maybe they're doing them outside of our process, I'm not sure, but actually submitting an AA. This could include just the product take a long-term time for reformulation. To that end, I know Kelly and other arts even has talked about, extending the timeline of the regulation, but then how do you hit that sweet spot? If you extend it too long, then they might sell that. The availability of alternatives, other regulations around the use of the alternatives. So like with FDA actives, for example, limits, whether or not they can sub in an alternative. So that could be a factor. Widespread or essential use is so unlikely. So maybe it limits their tendency to want to pull it from the market because it's used so much that it wouldn't be something they'd like to do. Another thing just from this morning, and how far ahead do we signal things from the priority product work plan discussion? If we signal super far ahead, does that increase the likelihood that we won't get AAs? Further, so if we do understand and accept that we are unlikely to receive AAs in many instances, should we do more to help facilitate informed substitution outside of our kind of standard regulatory process? The discussion with Tom really focused on how to get AA submissions in, how to help manufacturers do AAs, but this is more on how do we get manufacturers to follow the tenets of AA outside of our process. So we could release a more exhaustive list of alternatives as we know them and available information, including relevant factor identification, something like an AA Lite, where we do some portion of the AA and release it to support manufacturers in their own evaluations. We could announce an intention to do a collaborative AA with those who might be interested, and maybe end it with some sort of regulatory process to encourage participation. So any ideas would be really welcomed along this line that we could help support safer products. So with that, Char's questions are short and sweet, but hopefully thought-provoking. So the first one is, what factors or scenarios in product chemical selection and prioritization are most likely to result in manufacturers going through the AA process and submitting those AAs? Even further, what specific types of products or even product chemical combination examples? Should we factor in the likelihood of an AA in our priority product prioritization process? If so, how might we? What are the benefits and challenges of this approach? Given this, as we just talked about, are there other actions SCP should consider outside of the standard regulatory process to support manufacturers and achieve the goal of achieving safer substitutions? How might we prioritize these actions within the program, recognizing all the other work that we do?
Excellent job. Thank you. We can start doing that. Does anyone have a clarifying question first? Nope. And that's fine. Heather, is your card? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, then we will jump right into the charge questions. Please raise your card if you have a comment to make. Okay. Thank you, Emma. You can go first.
Thank you.
Oh, the mic. Let me start again. Thank you. Thank you. Nice presentation, Cooper. The concept of AA Light is where my head went yesterday, reading these charge questions, having done a number of alternatives assessments at EPA for flame retardants, which were the chemical hazard portion, not as compared to the longer variety of AA that you do in SCP, but putting information out gets reactions, fills gaps, gets clarification. I found it to be a really strong driver. We got new data, often cases where we couldn't have a definitive answer, or so we made an estimate and people came back and said, no, that's not right. And I said, okay, well, show me the data. And they went away and got the data. So I like the concept of utilizing some of the preliminary work that you all do, the research that you all do to put something out, because you as SCP are putting information out into the public that then potentially affects the purchaser's reaction, the brand, the supply chain for the entity that might be regulated. And in addition to that, I think the concept of how did you frame it, where collaboration in alternatives assessment is also an interesting option. And when I was doing alternatives assessment, it was multi-stakeholder partnership. So lots of people at the table whose input and comments would influence each other, even if it was subtle. And so I think these are ideas to talk through and explore more. If they can drive the information that influences the substitution before it happens, which is what you're trying to get at, rather than hoping you get the full AA over a long period of time, which might work for some chemical product combinations, as you have seen, but not others.
Thank you. We're going to move to Molly next.
Yes, similar to Emma, and therefore just building on what Emma's already said, my head also was going to the AA Light piece of things. I guess, somebody who's studied alternatives assessment and analysis, I'm just struck that we are waiting for the toughest problems to be used for this tool. That was not what it was designed for, right? The alternatives assessment was designed to inform substitution, exactly what you said, Ann Cooper. And why are we expecting and utilizing this tool at the very end of a process for the really, really gnarly problems, which I think goes back to question one. I think what we're seeing is the only time an alternatives analysis is being done is when there are no clear alternative that the entities can quickly move to, right? And so, but yet we want to infuse alternatives assessment thinking in this entire process. I don't feel comfortable in saying that we're moving the markets to safer chemicals if I can't see that there is reduced hazard in what they're moving towards. And we have no demonstration of that. What we have potentially is that the chemical isn't on the candidate chemical list, or it might be, but the industry is already using it, and so we can use it still too. In terms of saying that, yes, suddenly putting in, we've changed the chemical in this product, and we're notifying you of that. And my understanding is it has to meet two metrics, that it's not on the chemical list, or if it is, that it is because it's still being used by the industry. But the point being is, I just think we have to infuse more upfront and more expectations and or guidances that follow alternatives assessment thinking and approaches. And the key here, industry knows cost, industry knows feasibility, industry, what it's lacking and why we put the few together, we need to think about safer cost and feasibility or performance altogether, right? We've talked about this in the past, but what the department really holds in terms of expertise is that on the issue of toxicology around and health and ecotoxicology. I would like to see changes into this notification process, and I understand that's rulemaking and additional regulations. I feel more information should be submitted with these notifications. They should be submitting more information about the alternative that they move to and the hazard profile of that alternative. That should be part of, and there's precedence for this. I looked to the EPA significant new alternatives program under its ozone alternatives. And essentially, that's what it does. It requires industry to submit information about the alternatives that it's moving towards. So there's precedent here for requiring more information and how you go about doing it. Granted, it might require an amendment here, but that's what we're lacking, right? Absent that, it does feel that, yeah, the AA light is where we need to head. It's troubling to me that we have such a great opportunity to move markets, but most of it is moving ahead of regulation and we have no idea where it's going. So how is it possible to infuse alternatives assessment thinking, informed substitution thinking earlier? There's regulatory options to do that, and there might be guidance or support options to do that. And examples, and I think one would be stronger than the other. One puts more obligation on industry to show. The AA light puts a lot more capacity resources at the department again to do this. That's a choice. Use internal resources or ask for greater regulatory authority. And I'm not sure which way to go, but I absolutely think we have to do more upfront. We can't be waiting for an alternatives analysis to be only done on the hardest of difficult processes, and maybe that's not even the right tool for this. We're expecting to find an alternative when maybe none exists currently. And the best option we have there is to support innovation in finding one.
Go ahead, Robin.
Very quickly, acknowledge the point about moving the conversation up front and specifically about asking for more information about those substitutes. We do have that authority under our current regulations. So we have the ability to request information from manufacturers. Whether or not we do that, I think we need to think about like the pros and cons, and some of that can come out of this conversation here today, but I'm hearing one enthusiastic vote for using that as a lever.
And if I could just follow up, again, there is a really great model that EPA has used for its ozone depleting agents in terms of asking for information from industry to demonstrate that you're moving to an alternative that meets certain bars of being okay. Again, this requires this goes back to, this cyclic conversation that we're having about establishing thresholds of saying this is acceptable but I think it's exactly the approach that's needed to allow people to move when they're ready to move, but to know that we're moving in the right direction.
Ann Cooper, I saw you had raised your pink follow-up, then you put it down.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, so if they're switching pre-regulatory, they can switch to anything as long as it's not one of the chemicals that we've listed as part of the priority product.
Oh, not the chemical.
So that comes in if they're submitting an actual notification and they're in our process. But if they're switching, as long as they're not technically a priority product, which is that chemical or chemicals and that product, as long as they're not that anymore, they're totally out of our regulatory process. So that's where even asking them to submit a notification that's got more enhanced information. We meant, like, at least at that, particular setup, we can't necessarily do, because once they've switched to another chemistry, we don't have any ability to request it unless we do a information request, which we do have the authority to. So we can go and request it from the whole market and in a different, venue, different output.
So we've got a whole bunch of pink cards going. So first I want to ask Elaine, you had raised your hand. I don't know if it was a follow-up or a question, and then you put your hand down. So Elaine, just want to ask you that first.
I think this might have been a clarifying question. What is it about the two-stage AA? I mean, what is it that you're trying to accomplish with the two-stage AA? That you think, I understand that if people just switch or pull products or chemicals, they've circumvented the regulatory process. So this two-stage AA, to me, this gets back to this issue of regulation being slow and reactive. And what was potentially exciting about this particular program was the idea that it could stimulate these safer products earlier, sort of earlier in the innovation process, earlier in the design of products and things going to market. So I don't know. I thought it was kind of a clarifying question. What is it that you're hoping to achieve with the two-stage AA that would be markedly different than what you could achieve with either like an AA light or by yeah, I guess that's my question, because then maybe I'd be able to better articulate my follow-on thoughts.
Go ahead, Jen.
Thanks, Elaine, for your question. What we're trying to achieve with any AA, I think, is safer substitution. And I think what our challenge is that, we've talked a lot about, we send early signals, we're doing the priority product work plan. Because of that super early signaling that we're doing, by the time we get to regulation, we may not be getting any information whatsoever about what people have switched to, because they don't engage in any kind of AA process. So we don't know necessarily what they've switched to. It might be safer. We just don't know what process by which they selected their alternative. So we're trying to figure out, is there a way for us, it's the AA light or SCP led AAs, or providing more information on how to do this. What we hear a lot is industry doesn't really know how to do this, and yet they do it all the time, but they're maybe just not focused on hazard. They're focused on function or cost, but not hazard. So what do we need to do to provide them better tools. So if we're signaling so early that they do it well and they take hazard into account.
Yeah, so
that help?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a nice and clear articulation of sort of the goals. And so then the question becomes, is the two-stage AA guidance as provided, is that creating a barrier? Because because if you read that guidance, there's so many what ifs and it's so all encompassing. It still reads a little bit like Bring Me a Rock. And so I'm just wondering if it's the guidance on that process that may be part of the barrier.
I think we do have to take, I think we have to take that into consideration.
The AA light concept, rather than it maybe being a separate thing, maybe there being some minimally, maybe there's some minimal components and minimal information, which gets to that information request that could be highlighted and pulled up front and provided as, real guidance that better directs the information towards addressing, your really important goals.
It would certainly help. Hi, this is Robin. It would certainly help to provide models for what we're expecting to see as a result of this process. And I appreciate that both Tom and Ann Cooper have updated these lists, but these are many, many different products in different industries with different degrees of capacity. And so while some of the folks that are participating in the AA process they are able to do this to a certain degree quite well, others are definitely not. And so I think we're going to continue to have some degree of variation. So exploring these alternative solutions may be a creative way for us to better communicate what we're looking for.
So just one last, I'm sorry to be monopolizing, just the Washington State, it's maybe a little outdated, I'm not sure, but they have a guidance specifically directed to smaller and medium businesses. And I don't know if that'd be a little bit of a blueprint.
I might be sort of moot to Elaine's earlier question about, why the two-stage AA. I mean, the premise was manufacturers know their products best. They know what the functional requirements are. They know what's feasible, what's not. So the reason why we just don't do them all the time is because we're trying to acknowledge that knowledge and expertise. And so it seems like there are cases where I think the onus is on us if we know of things on the candidate chemicals list that are potentially concerning alternatives, that we kind of consider those and put them in the mix at the beginning. But it's what Ann Cooper said is right. I mean, before the regs take effect, people can switch to whatever they want. And unless we've named it, then they're out because they don't even meet the definition of the priority product. The idea of potentially doing an information call in after that happens, just to say, hey, what did you switch to, and tell us about it. That's interesting.
I apologize for the wait. Helen and Emma, your pink cards went up at virtually split seconds. It was like a photo finish. I don't know which is first, so you guys can.
I was thinking more foundationally about sort of our product chemical combination way of thinking about this. And the way we're notifying is a product and a chemical. That is what opens the door to this problem. We're focusing a lot on the chemical and less on the product. So if you think about it, you might say, we're going to notify for shampoo with a certain chemical of concern, rather than a shampoo and that chemical of concern. Let's say it's a surfactant, I don't know, whatever. We're going to look at, instead of shampoo with this chemical of concern that happens to be a surfactant, to surfactants in shampoos. Or if you really want to throw the net wide, shampoos. So to tilt the balance back towards product level where you're really looking more at that, the chemistry, overall chemistry design, which is very thoughtfully done and does balance a lot of what's in that formulation, and take that, is there a way for us to take a step up in the way we think about the products that you're interested in, so that you don't just squeeze the balloon and have things go in different places. So, and lots of issues with that as well. I'm not saying that there's not, but if the primary concern is people are exiting off of this process by using this path, then the way to catch that is to just look at it more holistically as a formulation.
Yes, what Helen said, and can you do that? Legally, can you do that?
We have to do some thinking,
Have to think
because
about it.
normally we have
Okay,
to
good.
like, find
You didn't say
exposure,
no.
adverse impact, all those things. Yeah.
All right.
So the longer the list, the more things we have to.
Yeah. So I had two other things. So thanks for taking the first one off my plate. Was a comment that from Jen that companies already do alternatives analysis. They don't always do it with hazard. But I think all of us in the room have probably heard from certain, maybe larger companies that do this with hazard and have talked about it publicly. So maybe there's an opportunity for some of those companies to come and talk about it to your stakeholders or impacted entities a little bit, especially those that might have or might tend to submit a 2-page alternatives analysis that isn't good enough. Here's how you can think about it. Then in relation to that, is there an opportunity, again, at the front end of this process, is it a candidate chemical or a priority product, to define what's required in the AA more specifically than the regulation says? And that's a little bit of Kelly's thinking about what I just said, which makes me react, sorry. Are there some additional requirements, or is that the opportunity for some AA light frame? So this is how SCP views it, pieces to be present that encourage engagement up front. So it's a little vague, but what we're getting at is that reset how you do things up front to push what you need in the regulation. And that requires a whole workshop, I think, to really throw out the how to do it. But yeah, if you're having some, human behavioral reaction to the policy, which is typical in policy, right? We think that the regulated entity will behave this way, but they find another way to react, then some resetting is needed. And my understanding is that the law gives you quite a lot of flexibility and opportunity. You all said that before, so hopefully you can take advantage of it.
Kelly.
Well, first, thanks for bringing this topic and for the great presentation and setting us up for this really interesting discussion. I'm going to start first with the gut reaction. If I'm in the regulated community, I'm going to do everything in my power to avoid doing an AA and being regulated at all. And that's just the natural reaction. Well, I have this cost. I'm managing a business. I don't need this cost. If I can avoid this cost, I'm going to do it. Even if I am thinking about alternatives and so forth, it's way cheaper to just do that myself and move on, and I'm out of all this paperwork. So I totally get why people aren't giving you AAs. They're only going to give you an AA if they absolutely have to. And I think you did a nice job outlining situations where that might occur. I don't have anything to add there, not that I have the expertise to add those things. I want to step back for a minute on the product chemical combination. So again, this was a big topic when DTSC was trying to write the regulations back at the beginning. And the older version of this panel had multiple conversations about these ideas. And there was some initial concept before the product ranking that I talked about previously to actually try to rank chemicals. And a lot of folks were pushing for, let's pick a chemical and regulate it everywhere in every product. And there was no budget for the program. I mean, this is why AAs are done by business. In addition to businesses having more expertise, there's also, the program didn't get any money associated with implementing this law at first. So happily, there's now some money for that, and that's a good thing. So the group here, our panel, was seeking to advise DTSC, how can this be practical? How can you do something that's realistically within your scope? And we concluded that doing one chemical across all of its uses was unlikely to be able to be meaningful, because so many of the chemicals that would be important to regulate have so many uses that you just get stuck. And that's not completely true. Washington State's come up with an approach for dealing with some of these things. I am watching the EU process very carefully on PFAS. And if you look at the amount of resources they've had to put into that process and go through that, it's whatever comes out the other end is likely to be pretty broad reaching. So, you know, that they're putting a lot of investment in and getting something that may come out the other side that's pretty big. That's very resource intensive. So that's why this committee, and I was actually probably the first person to suggest the product chemical combination. I mean, that's why we suggested that, because, so, you know, I'll own it's bad and good things. I think there's some bad things associated with that suggestion, along with the good things, but that's why we did it. So it is in regulation and not in the law. So if committee members think that the product chemical combination should be rethought in some way, we could make that recommendation to the department. A few years ago, we also had a discussion around, the department asked us, well, what about multiple chemicals in a product? So, and it was, I can't remember what the overall feedback was. It was my feeling that it would make more sense for the manufacturers to hear about multiple chemicals at once and tackle that at once. I've since heard from the tire industry members that they felt that it would be too much to try to replace 6-ppd and zinc, you know, deal with the lowering zinc levels and replacing 6-ppd at the same time. And so that's very different feedback than the feedback I would give, and that I would probably still mostly give today, which is that if you're reformulating a product, it'd be better to think about all those things at once. So those are a couple of thoughts about kind of how the broader conversation has gone. I've got to say, I think this program is way smarter than the legislature. And I do appreciate how the product chemical profiles do provide the information that you have about alternatives and try to signal some that are undesirable and some that aren't. And I loved that the department signaled very strongly that PPDs were not an appropriate substitute for another PPD in tires, and went ahead and made sure that those were listed in the candidate chemicals list. So the department has, I felt like, has tried to do work in that area, and I'm supportive of that. However, I'm hearing this feeling that it's not quite enough. So, you know, people have talked about, well, you know, the department can take some work on AAs. I'm very supportive of what Molly and others have been nodding their heads, that the department consider using its data collection authority to require information about substitutes, even though that probably will require some CBI considerations. And the reason I think that's important is that your only alternative would be to try to buy and test a lot of products and figure out what the substitute was. And not only does that take sophisticated non-targeted analysis with lots of different chemical libraries that may or may not include what you want, but it would be just incredibly costly. So I think there's a very strong cost argument for making those data requirements, even though they will be expensive for potentially a large number of companies to just fill out the paperwork and send it back. So I think that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Molly.
I wanted to riff off of Kelly's point about multiple chemicals in the chemical product classification. And, you know, it might not, where my head was going with that is, yeah, I think chemicals that provide different function in that product might be difficult for a manufacturer. But what if we, I'm thinking about the methylene chloride example where I remember NPP was coming up as like, EPA opted to restrict it at the same time, if I'm remembering it, because it was, of equal concern and for the same function. So if in fact the priority product included, chemicals that provide the same function that are all of chemicals of concern, right? So then you attack the regrettable substitution question a little bit more in advance by allowing that, thinking about that in a combination ways. But again, working with the same class or same function so that it's not as difficult for a formulator to address multiple things at the same time. I do want to apologize for my stridentness at the very beginning. It pains me. I think that this notion of informed substitution is just so hard for industry to get. It shouldn't be. It is good business practice. And, if this regulatory process of alternatives assessment that we're using in this program is kind of deterring that practice, that to me is troubling, right? So it's the question of, okay, we can allow the process to be what it is, but how do we infuse it in other ways? Because it's the thinking that we want, entities to have. What I'm wanting to bring in a conversation from our previous topics, which is if entities are acting ahead of regulation, how do we use those other drivers of change to influence what we might do? And I do think there's a power in many of those parties to maybe signal what's not going to be good enough, right? Like for NGOs to come out and say, yes, we're concerned about PFAS and floor finishing. And you know what? If you move to this, it ain't going to be good enough, right? If the program can't describe what safer is or what's acceptable, there's a lot of those other drivers for change that can, right? And so how do we work more collaboratively with the range of those parties that can signal to markets what's going to be good enough or what won't? And working more collaboratively in that space where they're, if they're going to move ahead of regulation, well, there's other entities signaling, don't move there. We're going to call you out if you do, right?
Just to respond to what you said, Molly, it reminds me of work we did in San Francisco where we were planning to ban PFAS in food packaging, in compostable food packaging. And we worked directly with Biodegradable Products Institute, which is the marquee certification organization for compostables, and said, we will be doing this, and you can get on the train and change your standard so that we can point to it, or you could not be on that train and everybody's going to be flailing. But if you do, then you set the standard, and then everyone will clamor to get your mark on your product. So it seems like there's maybe an opportunity there for SCP to work more proactively with the certification organizations, not just point to them, but help move them.
And again, I think just in quick response, I think there's the certification bodies, there's the retailers, right? Think of all the signals that these entities hear beyond regulation. If we can sync those up better ahead of any regulatory change such that we can ensure movement in a different direction, there's so much power there. So the question becomes, how do we invoke greater alignment across these drivers, the way that Mike described? It's not one driver alone, it's the collection of them. So if one driver is going to work a little bit ahead, how do we get these others to sync up and to signal the change that is needed so that we can be assured with an early signal that type of change is happening?
And Cooper.
I was just gonna flag real quick that we are, in terms of the multi-CCs per function, like the preservatives profile that we're working on right now, that's formaldehyde releasing preservatives and butylparaben. So we are trying to kind of do more in that area in terms of listing multiple CCs within a function when we can. It does get sometimes complicated. Chemicals serve more than one function. Anyway, whole rabbit hole there. But yeah, we are working towards that path. So we've taken that advice. So thank you.
Lily.
I also wanted to follow up on the functional use thing because I'm cautious about the idea of picking a functional use within a product and doing that for two reasons. One, pull out your card and hit brake pads again. One of the things I learned from working with the braking industry is that copper served multiple. Was part of a formulation that together provided a set of properties, and you couldn't put copper out and put something else in. And I think that's not unusual for various kinds of different kinds of products. And therefore it both served multiple functions and they had to reformulate the whole product anyway. So I'm still kind of challenged that the tire industry doesn't think they're going to have to do more reformulation than just the PBD, but we'll see about that. The other example for this is PFAS. So one of the things I've learned in doing some research and understanding PFAS use is that it often provides more than one functional use within a product. You can also have multiple kinds of PFAS providing different functional uses in a product. And my example is paint, where there are some that are volatiles. So they're actually coming off and we're all breathing them when the room is being painted. And there's some that are part of the polymers. So those, I mentioned those side chain polymers that all flip apart, that'll come off into the environment indoors and outdoors. So it's really complicated. I don't think you can just make one approach on that.
Okay, and I know I put my card up, I pulled my card down, I put my card up, I pulled my card down. So I'm gonna ramble for a while. And I have a bunch of follow-ups. And I'm deciding my order. So following up on what Molly and Kelly were saying about multiple chemicals. I agree with the tire manufacturers. I remember they didn't want, it was like one at a time. I will tell you, and maybe it goes to methodology, but for us, if you were to come back after we reformulated once and you said, oh, now we don't like this ingredient, it's very expensive. We would rather, if you are looking at a certain product and you want to change multiple things in it, tell us all at once. Let us fix everything and reformulate, because each of those ingredients works synergistically with other ingredients. So if you work to take one ingredient out and find something to replace it with, the whole formula is different. And now you're going to try and change that again, and you're not going to have the same product in the end. So for many industries, it would be easier if we knew that you had multiple things in mind, even if it was, we're going to do this, and then the next step will be that. We would change it all at once if we knew that was your intent. So just maybe that's around methodology on your part. Maybe it's a different signaling process. Then I wanted to follow a little on what Molly was talking about with informed substitution. I think it would be hard, and Ann Cooper was saying, yeah, they can get off and we won't know if they've taken the exit ramp before they submit anything. But if you created that product and chemical of concern, if that combination, if you created it because you had a source of information that said that ingredient was in that product and it was a public source. So for example, shampoos or cosmetics, you know what the intentionally added ingredients are. And if that's where you picked it up off of some sort of label compilation, cleaning products in many states, you're required to disclose your ingredients. So if you picked it up off of that, all you're going to have to do is go back to that same source once they're not on your list anymore. You knew who they were. Just go back and look at what they're disclosing. It's a lot of extra work for you maybe, but there are different routes to take.
AI agents, man. AI agents can
they can, but they're going to hallucinate half the time. But they're going to tell you what you want to hear. Oh, you want me to find some? I'll tell you some. They're still there. Oh, you don't want any? Oh, no, we're not. Don't worry. We're going to talk about AI agents one day in the future again. Maybe a whole separate meeting. Then the other thing I wanted to talk about, and this was my original comment, and then I took my card down because Helen and then Emma and then Kelly said it much more succinctly, concisely, eloquently than I ever will. But and I'm going to fall back. Kelly was talking earlier about the old times at GRSP, and amazingly, anyone who's at the GRSP, you only age in time as to how many meetings you're going through, not over the decades these things come up. But one of the topics that came up a lot was impurities. And it was like, do you want to regulate impurities? Do you not want to regulate impurities? I think we had at least 3 meetings where we went back and forth on this. So my specific example for questions 1 and 2 was 1,4-dioxane in dish soap and in shampoos. It's an impurity. No one is adding it intentionally. I don't think anyone is adding it intentionally to any product, not even the manufacturers of the ethoxylated surfactants where it's coming through from. So I would think it is very unlikely that you will get an AA based on those 2 products, because no one is coming up with an alternative to 1,4-dioxane. They're simply trying to remove it. It's the only path forward. There's not going to be suddenly a new way, a new convenient way where things are being ethoxylated where it's not produced. You can already get a more expensive version where it's been stripped out. It still exists. I mean, it didn't disappear from the world just because you stripped it out of the product. It exists. It's going into a different stream, but I doubt that you'll get any AAs from that. But then question number 2 is, do you want to factor the likelihood of no AAs into that? No, you've taken it out of the product. Great, we have a safer consumer product, and that is the true aim of it. So I don't think it's bad that you don't get AAs if you're intentional about the products that you're not getting AAs on. Not getting an AA because someone's doing something and replacing it with something worse, then it's not a good thing. But that's just my 2 cents. Anyone else? Because we do have a little bit more time, and I have not been given the clearance of if we could end early from Alex.
We can.
Alex says we will start our break early, so we will turn it over to Alex to talk.
Start in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. We can start in 15 minutes, then we can have an even more robust conversation. Or, yeah, I guess we have to see about our speakers' availability.
Yeah, let's go ahead. We've been sitting down for a long time, so it's, I think, 3:15 about right now, 3:16. Let's shoot to be back here at 3:35.
Molly, come back to your chair. Molly. Wow. That's me. I tried to get people's attention. Okay, you have 4 seconds and we're going to start. Kelly is ready to make us do calisthenics.
Briefly.
No one wants to see me do it, so we're bringing Kelly back. Take it away, Alex.
Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. We are going to jump right into our final presentation of the day. So as you've heard, the theme of this meeting is possible pathways for SCP to have impact. So another area that we've been considering is how to connect our work to other programs at DTSC, and if we did so, how we might measure that impact. So I would like to welcome Ryan Dominguez, Kayla Kuhl, and Karen Peng from DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Program to present their work on hazardous waste reduction and possible connections or coordination with SCP. I will pass it off to you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to start off with a little level setting first. And whenever we talk to SCP and talk about waste, it's interesting because our definitions are similar but different. And so it's really helpful to have a reminder of how hazardous waste management looks and defines hazardous waste. I wrote up on the board, just it helps me kind of think through the process and kind of ground me there. First question that typically is asked, or one of the first questions, is it on a list? We have lists. There's 4, F, K, P, and U. They mean certain things. I won't go into those exactly here. Karen and Kayla are going to talk about one type of waste from one of those lists today. Then if it's not on the list, one of the next questions is, does the waste exhibit a characteristic, a hazardous characteristic? And there's 4. Is it ignitable? Is it corrosive? Is it reactive? Is it toxic? In California, our rules and regs are slightly different than federally, so we have to look at both sets of laws and regulations when we talk about hazardous waste. And so oftentimes when SAFER is looking at certain chemicals or products, they may or may not be hazardous. And so when we are looking through this today on possible potential coordination points, and especially when we start talking about where potential reductions could be seen, I like to stay grounded in what we call hazardous waste and talk through it from both perspectives. So with that, Kayla and I and Karen are here today to discuss hazardous waste generation with the goal of starting a conversation regarding potential waste streams where hazardous waste management program and SAFER consumer products can collaborate and challenges that we've encountered and observed in setting hazardous waste reduction goals. Now, we don't really have solutions today. These are hard questions, and we really look forward to this discussion. It's been a pleasure working with the SAFER Consumer Products Group on prepping for this and planning. So for a couple of decades, DTSC built out and operated a hazardous waste reduction program that provided support to generators in their efforts to reduce hazardous waste. The effort included hazardous waste reduction goals and working directly with generators. And then in 2013, DTSC kind of changed focus from volumetric reductions to work on reducing exposure to harmful chemicals and products. And starting in late 2021, DTSC was tasked to make recommendations to reduce the amount of hazardous waste generated or disposed of through the hazardous waste management plan, and has been asked to establish specific volumetric hazardous waste reduction goals. As such, our team is exploring opportunities for reductions, and one potential route is through coordination with SCP. We're also working to understand methods to measure harm reduction due to a reduction in the toxicity of a waste. Now, that may not actually make it non-hazardous. It still could exhibit other characteristics, but that toxicity piece is one of the characteristics that we're looking at. So harm reduction and toxicity reduction, but it may not necessarily result in hazardous waste reduction. So in this presentation, Karen and Kayla will provide an overview of the data that we have and put together in hazardous waste management reports, and talk a little bit about hazardous waste management plans, provide a summary of the hazardous waste generation data that may be used to identify wastes and areas of collaboration, and then discuss challenges faced in setting feasible hazardous waste reduction goals. And with that, I will turn it over to Karen and Kayla.
Alrighty, thank you, Ryan. So I'm going to start off with giving some background on DTSC history. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. All right, so DTSC actually had several decades of dedicated waste reduction resources, and in fact also had some successes while the pollution prevention, also known as the P2 program, was active. However, by 2012, resources for the P2 program, they were reallocated to the SAFER Consumer Products, the SCP program, and the P2 program was later disbanded. Shortly after, DTSC announced the goal of a 50% reduction of waste that were being disposed in California, and began to develop a strategy to achieve the goal. But it was hard to sustain without any additional resources. And between 2015 and 2017, there were temporary funds that were resourced to help work towards achieving that goal. And the Community Protection and Hazardous Waste Reduction Initiative They were able to complete some research on some technologies as well as conduct one bench scale test related to the treatment of lead contaminated soil. And the initiative was a DTSC program aiming to help achieve the 50% reduction goal. And then later in 2021, Senate Bill 158 was passed. So SB 158, it essentially mandated that hazardous waste management plans and reports to be developed triennially by the Hazardous Waste Management Plan Unit, which is who we are. And the first report was published back in 2023. The first plan was published in 2025. And then currently we are near publishing for the second iteration of the report, the 2026 report. So the 2025 plan, it had 3 goals that were based on a combination of both public and the Board of Environmental Safety feedback that we've accumulatively received over the last 4 years. And in today's presentation, we'll only be focusing on goal 1, since it's the most relevant for today's discussion. And there are a total of 27 recommendations that are all nested within these 3 goals. But again, today I'll be really focusing on the recommendations within goal 1. So goal 1 is to reduce hazardous waste generation and divert hazardous waste away from incineration or landfilling. So let's get started in discussing some of the recommendations under goal 1. Right, so there are a total of 7 recommendations under goal 1. They were all developed with the understanding that we need dedicated resources as well as infrastructure to be able to bring informed approaches for waste reduction. So we're going to be focusing on recommendation 1.1 and recommendation 1.5 today. As I talked about earlier about DTSC's history, DTSC had set an ambitious goal in 2013 to reduce disposal by 50% by 2025, but didn't really have resources nor a established technical path to achieve that set goal. So recommendation 1.1 essentially talks about establishing a hazardous waste reduction program. Since DTSC, again, hasn't really had dedicated resources for waste reduction since the P2 program was disbanded. But something of note is that during the P2 program's active period, there was actually an overall 5% annual reduction goal that was in statute. And this goal was met during some years, and some years it was not. But our observations have been that fluctuating factors outside of DTSC authority, they often pose significant challenges when we're trying to meet numerical reduction goals. And some of these factors could be the fluctuating economy itself, increased production, inefficiencies in manufacturing processes, as well as just the general increase in hazardous waste generators. And these types of factors can increase waste generation as a whole, and again, are outside of DTSC control. But based on these fluctuating factors, as well as some of the results that we've observed based on past reduction goals, we've noticed that setting goals that DTSC doesn't have authority over, it can be problematic and can also unfortunately erode public trust when these goals aren't being met. So in today's discussion, we really would be interested in hearing about any other perspective regarding this matter, as well as relevant experiences. Now, DTSC recommends establishing a dedicated hazardous waste reduction program within DTSC that will have specific tasks and look into specific waste streams to find technical paths forward for reduction, specifically focusing on source reduction, hazardous waste diversion, and treatment with these nuances that I described in mine. So as a result, recommendation 1.5 essentially recommends coordination work in order to better identify different technical avenues again, for source reduction, legitimate recycling, and alternative treatments of incinerable waste. Alrighty, so let's shift gears a little bit and talk about some of the types of hazardous waste that we've been looking at. So we've been looking at manifested waste, universal waste, and household hazardous waste. So each of these types of waste, they are tracked differently and all have their respective different data sources. But just for some context, manifested hazardous waste are essentially hazardous waste that is recorded and tracked on a tracking document that we call the Uniform Hazardous Waste Manifest. And it's basically used to track waste from when they're being generated to their final endpoint, which we also call cradle to grave. This graph right here, it shows manifested hazardous waste generation trends that we've been seeing. So we can see here that there has actually been a decrease in manifested hazardous waste over the last couple of decades. And over the next few slides, we're going to be kind of talking about different ways that we've been looking at hazardous waste generation, as well as some of the general trends that we've been seeing. And then we're also going to be diving into a case study that we've been working on for our 2026 report. All right, so in this graph, we're seeing that manifested hazardous waste generation, it ranged from between nearly 2 million tons in 2019 to almost 1.5 million tons in 2024, with the top 3 manifested hazardous waste streams remaining the same, that being contaminated soil, used soil, and other inorganic solid waste. And from some proportionate kind of perspective, these 3 waste streams make up more than 65% on average of the hazardous waste that is being generated annually. And we see that soil is consistently the #1 waste stream and is actually a subject of a lot of our existing research currently. In this chart, we're seeing that nearly 85,000 tons of universal waste were being handled in 2024, which is about 8% more than what was being handled in 2021. And again, for some context, universal waste is basically just hazardous waste that's not required to be tracked on a manifest. But some things of note are that electronic devices, they were the top type of universal waste that was being collected both in 2021 and in 2024. And then the biggest change that we're seeing in generation is for photovoltaic modules, where we see that compared to 2021, the tonnage of this waste stream being handled in 2024, it increased by around 400%. And the quantity that's being handled also increased by more than 32 times. Here we have a graph depicting the collection of household hazardous waste by collection facilities between 2021 and 2024. And household hazardous waste, it had some overlaps with the definition of universal waste, but it still has its own considerations. But the takeaway from this graph is that electronic devices, it remains the largest waste stream that's being collected by household hazardous facilities. And as we saw from earlier's graph, that checks out since electronic devices are consistently the largest universal waste that's being generated annually. All right, so shifting gears a little bit again, as part of recommendation 1.5 in the 2025 plan, DTSC conducted a case study for the 2026 hazardous waste management report in order to better analyze the combustible waste stream to investigate how to best set a reduction goal for this waste stream. So we wanted to talk about this case study today to encourage discussion on the different potentials for SCP collaboration, as well as we want to receive some input on how we can best set a realistic and feasible reduction goal for this waste stream. So for the 2026 report, we basically focused our analysis on F-listed combustible solvent waste. And this is just essentially solvent waste that's being sent to a combustor as a management method. You're going to see on the slide that basically I listed the 5 F-listed solvent categories that we looked at. But really for today's discussion, just know that F001 through F005, they're just waste codes that are used in manifested tracking. And then just a little heads up, in our previous report and plan, we do refer to this specific waste stream as incinerable waste, which is why you'll be seeing it referred to as so in quotation marks in some of the previous slides, as that's how we referred to it in our previous writing. But since the 2026 report, we've been now kind of switching terms, and we now refer to this waste stream as combustible waste. But some common examples of F-listed solvents, they include things like trichloroethylene, TCE, as well as some other common solvents like methanol, acetone, or benzene. In part of our kind of preliminary research that we did for this waste stream, we found that F-listed solvent waste in general, it's been increasing over the last 24 plus years, as you can see in that graph right there, which furthers our rationale for focusing and studying this waste stream. Additionally, in our preliminary research, we found that between 2019 and 2024, most generators of F-listed solvents, they come from the following industry groups, that being pharmaceutical, aerospace, scientific research, and paint or adhesive industries. And just again, for some proportionate kind of perspective, between this time range, there was around 11 million tons of total manifested hazardous waste that's being generated. And the amount of F-listed combustible solvent waste that is displayed on this pie chart in this graph right there, that only accounts for around 3% of that total 11 million tons. So in numerical value, that's around 325,000 tons. So with everything being said, we also wanted to kind of go into our analysis with some realistic reduction expectations, because this isn't a huge waste stream in and of itself proportionately. Any successful reduction that we may see would also not be realistically very large. But with all of that considered, for our report analysis, we went ahead and moved forward with requesting source reduction reports, also known as SB14 reports, from the top 15 generators of this waste stream as a starting point to better understand what type of source reduction efforts that's being currently conducted by generators. But now I'll be switching it to Kayla, who will be going deeper into what type of findings that we observed in these SB14 reports, other potential waste streams that we've been looking at, as well as discussing DTSC goal setting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. So let's dive into some of our findings from these SB14 reports. One of our main takeaways here was that the SB14 source reduction reports were really good sources of information. And as we reviewed them, we did see a lot of common themes between different reports, even different reports in different industries. So I wanted to review some common successful measures of source reduction that we saw. One source reduction method we saw very commonly was the use of administrative methods. Things like having a first in, first out policy so that material does not expire before you get a chance to use it, or planning out the materials needed for a process and not ordering them to excess. And these sorts of administrative changes do seem very intuitive, but they can have measurable savings over time when consistently applied. And they are very widely applicable even between different industries. However, some source reduction measures are more unique to industries or even to specific generators, rather than things that can be applied universally.
So distillation, because we were looking at solvents, is sometimes a good option specifically for solvent reclamation, but it can't be universally applied by all generators. Also, not all distillation is considered source reduction, as some is considered recycling, so then it may not have even been mentioned in the SB 14 source reduction reports. And another thing we saw is because we were looking at solvents, and solvents are very commonly used for cleaning. So some companies we saw were looking to expand their water cleaning options and eliminate or at least minimize the solvent cleaning that they had to do. Now let's discuss some of the challenges that we saw reflected in these reports, because the reports discuss both successes and challenges to source reduction. One key factor when it comes to solvents is that they have properties that often make them hard to replace in processes or in cleaning, since as I mentioned, they're also often used in cleaning. Another cause of source reduction challenges is when external regulations or specifications mandate that a product be manufactured using a specific process and/or specific materials. One example of this is the FDA regulations, because the FDA regulates pharmaceutical and medical manufacturing industries, which, as Karen previously mentioned, are major generating industries for solvent waste. The FDA regulations are extensive, and they may limit source reduction opportunities for companies within those industries. For example, FDA regulations include strict specifications for recycled material, even when used in the same process that it came from. And this can limit the applicability of recycling solvent to reduce waste. And similarly, products designed for military use will have mil spec that they have to comply by, and that also limits changes that can be made. The aerospace industry, of course, also has its own standards and specifications. Sometimes it's the complexity of hazardous waste generation that makes reduction more complicated. A company that has a variety of chemicals, processes, and products may have a harder time minimizing waste generation for all of them compared to a company that can focus on relatively few processes. Fluctuating production schedules can also make source reduction difficult. A company that is frequently changing what products they manufacture may not be able to make the kinds of continuous improvements to perfect a process to minimize hazardous waste generation that a company that manufactures the same product over and over again, because they may not make that product for long enough to determine what those continuous improvements should be. There's other factors that may have influenced waste generation during the reporting period that we analyzed. One external factor was that this period did include the COVID-19 pandemic. Companies that created medical supplies might have faced sharply increased demand for products, which may have in turn increased the hazardous waste generated making those products. And then there's some internal factors that can be fluctuating, such as increased R&D might increase waste generation. It's important to note that source reduction is not only a reduction in the volume of hazardous waste generated, it can also include a lessening of the properties that cause a waste to be hazardous. And this is defined in Health and Safety Code section 25244.14, which is part of the Pollution Prevention and Hazardous Waste Source Reduction and Management Review Act. So changing a process to generate a less hazardous waste than before is still source reduction, even if the total volume of hazardous waste generated remains the same. An example of this, because we are looking at solvents, might be replacing a halogenated solvent with a non-halogenated solvent. Halogenated solvents have properties that do make them very effective in certain applications, but they also typically are more toxic than non-halogenated solvents. So replacing a halogenated solvent with a non-halogenated solvent may not decrease the amount of hazardous waste generated in total, but it might still improve worker safety. It's even possible that replacing a more hazardous solvent with a less hazardous solvent could even result in needing more of that solvent if the less hazardous solvent is also less effective, and therefore you need greater volume. And so this leads to one of the things that we've struggled with because we have been asked to set goals for source reduction, but it is very difficult to quantify a change that makes waste less hazardous as opposed to a change that reduces or eliminates hazardous waste generation. So that was a brief overview of what we looked at in terms of our analysis of the source reduction reports. We focused on combustible solvent waste for this report, but there are other potential waste streams that we are researching, including ones that may have an overlap with safer consumer products. So just taking a look at what we have up here, retail wastes include things like shampoos, soaps, and detergents that are sometimes considered hazardous because they do or may kill fish. PV or photovoltaic modules are very important because they're going to be a rapidly growing waste stream as solar panel use increases and existing solar panels become defunct. Some solar panels are hazardous wastes when disposed of, but some are not. Electronic devices and batteries are both types of hazardous waste that are managed under universal waste. And typically the hazards are not necessarily to the consumers using those products, but they are hazardous at the end of their life when the products have to be managed as waste. And then the last one on this list is plating waste. And that's a little bit different from the other ones on this list because the plating acids are not consumer products, of course, but plating is used to create consumer products. So one of our questions is whether SCP can look upstream to the hazards of the production process and not just the hazards of the final product that actually reaches the consumers. So DTSC would like to discuss opportunities and challenges with setting source reduction and hazardous waste reduction goals that are first, ambitious while being realistic, and second, have a technical pathway for generators to implement. We also want to be mindful of setting hard quantitative reduction goals, which may have unintended consequences. For example, as Karen mentioned earlier, contaminated soil waste is one of our major waste streams, typically the largest waste stream generated in a particular year. However, discouraging the generation of hazardous soil waste might also discourage site cleanups and housing construction projects. Discouraging the generation of hazardous waste in industrial processes may cause companies to leave California and export hazardous waste generation to other states versus truly eliminating it. So that brings us to our charge questions that we would like to discuss today. First, what are potential areas of overlap between SCP, HWMP, and hazardous waste reduction? How might research on specific hazardous waste streams be leveraged to identify potential product chemical combinations for SCP? And second, the Board of Environmental Safety has requested that DTSC include numerical hazardous waste reduction goals in the 2028 Hazardous Waste Management Plan. Are there policy areas, product categories, or other types of projects that SCP and HWMP might pursue in coordination or collaboration that would result in measurable hazardous waste reduction, source reduction, or harm reduction? And third, harm reduction, which is substituting a safer but still hazardous chemical for a more hazardous chemical, does not always result in volumetric reduction of overall hazardous waste generated. So what methods might be used to measure harm reduction due to a reduction in the hazards of the waste rather than the volume of the waste? Okay, thank you.
Wow, I think we have our a hefty challenge at the end of the day. Ryan, Karen, and Kayla, amazing presentations, incredibly clear and robust, and a challenge. So it's perfect for this panel at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So we have our questions in front of us. Let's just take them as they pop up for you of what you all are inspired to delve into together, and we'll see where this goes. Anybody would like to start us off? I'm so glad, Helen. Thank you.
Actually, I did a lot of homework on this one, so I'm very excited. I think it's a good topic. Yeah, no, so I'm actually extremely excited about this topic, so thank you guys for coming in. I think that one of the things that struck me the most about the background material is that there's this Venn diagram, right? I mean, I think you guys probably know it. Right. So we've got hazardous waste, we've got SCP, there's some overlap. And the question is like, what's in here and what can we do about it? Right. So just going by your own Pareto chart, that's your e-waste, batteries. Right. It was like, you already know these, right? We don't really have to go through that. But I want to go to the point that you were making at the end, Kayla, which is that my first review of your data and our program, of this program, is that the biggest, most likely impacts are harm reduction and not volumetric reduction. That was my first sort of sense of it, is just like looking at where that volume is coming from, where the generators are, blah, blah, blah. That is not the nature of what SCP does. And it is focused on the big consumer, the consumer product space. And that's what it is. And so I just think that there's going to be a lot of substituting, but I don't anticipate this program saying, okay, we're not going to do electronics anymore in California. Right. I mean, that's just not going to happen. E-waste is going to keep growing. Photovoltaics are going to keep growing. Don't even get me started on the EV batteries, because wow, right? And so that we have to, whatever metrics we end up doing, really, really need to focus on the harm reduction. And so and I would just not even really spend any time on volume reduction, because I just don't think that's the nature of what this program is going to accomplish. And so let's get better about how do we describe the harm reduction, how do we describe it when we do a substitution? And we've had a lot of internal discussions inside the panel of, you can't necessarily say, well, if we eliminate this tonnage of one chemical, it's very hard to tie that to an end result. So it's a very hard challenge, but I'd say that's where we should actually focus, rather than trying to chase after something that we can get a volumetric reduction.
Thanks, Helen. Thank you, Mike. You go next.
So and I'm just thinking here, where can these two areas combine? As Helen was saying, and part of it is that when a consumer product gets into the hands of a consumer and they throw it away, the consumer good might be classified as hazardous waste, but it doesn't become manifested waste. You're not seeing it to report if someone buys an aerosol and then throws it away when they're done. It's not necessarily coming across to you, but where it does come across, and I'm going back to an earlier discussion that we had with retailers, is so I work for SC Johnson, if we have sold a product to Walmart and Walmart bought too much of it, I mean, everyone wants to buy our products. You really can't buy too much, but, right? But so Walmart has some that they no longer want. We're not going to necessarily restock it, but now they've got that aerosol product that's a compressed gas. We're going to say, fine, we'll refund it. We'll pay for disposal, but it is going out as a hazardous waste and it is manifested. So that might be a good linkage point to consider, is that consumer products can turn into manifested hazardous waste very easily and not necessarily without some regularity. And it might be a good tie-in to be able to just make a touch somewhere to start to look at. And then if SCP starts to say, okay, we're going to look at these consumer goods with that lens, and there is the methodology that we will use to be able to tie it to hazardous waste program, it might be a way to look.
Wonderful. There's a follow-up here with, from Topher.
Yeah, hi, I'm Topher Buck. I'm one of the supervisors in the chemical and product evaluation branch. It's a follow-up, but it's really in a sense also a clarification question that we went straight to the charge questions.
Oh, my apologies.
Okay.
If there are clarifying questions, because this is a deep, deep topic,
Yeah.
please just ask, and I apologize for that.
I think, at least to some extent, this does get at some of what Mike was just talking about. Karen, in your presentation, right, and maybe Brian as well, you use the phrase cradle to grave. I assume, so this is the question, for HWMP, the cradle is the disposal of the product, right, is the generation of the waste, not the formulation of the product that eventually leads to waste, right? Because for SCP, cradle means something different. And that to me, I mean, right, like it's simply stated, it's a lot more complicated in fact, right? But that's the connection.
Ryan, can you respond to that?
Yeah, in terms of what we call the cradle is is a very specific term. It's called a point of generation. And it can vary, and it can be sometimes hard to determine, and sometimes there can be many points of generation in a process. Or for a consumer good, if I have a bottle of something that I'm using, it's not a waste yet. First, it has to become a waste. And so, as Michael was talking at a retailer, if there's some kind of expired bottle or something that they don't no longer want, and they surrender it or want to get rid of it at point of generation, as it becomes a waste at that point. And so if it's being used, it's not a waste, and so it's not in our realm. So that's interesting.
And please, Andre.
That's an interesting point, Topher. So, however, Ryan, if the product were formulated in such a way that at that point in the future, when it becomes retrograde or somebody no longer wants it, it's a waste, but it may not be a hazardous waste, right? So you can still do source reduction upstream, potentially in consumer product space.
Interesting. I have Suzanne and then Mateo, and then Emma. Thank you.
Sure. I was just going to say, I generally agree with Helen's point that source reduction is going to be challenging overall for most of these chemicals and materials, but maybe the exceptions to the rule, and I was looking at the listings of things that are, candidates for incineration that we're trying to reduce. So things like paints, coatings, finishes, textiles, fabric finishes. I mean, those all broadly fall under the categories of things like building materials and microplastics, which that's probably on a bingo card somewhere too. But, if we're able to proceed to convert to alternatives that don't generate as much hazardous waste or things that are classified as hazardous waste can be more easily, recycled, repurposed, reused, then those things aren't going into the waste stream as often and as high of a volume. So maybe there are some, at least narrow categories of things that could be targeted for source reduction and volume reduction.
Great. Mateo, you're next.
Hi. Yeah, I'm glad that clarification question came actually before mine, because I had assumed cradle to gate meant material extraction to end of life. So that's helpful. And my comment is about the areas of overlap, or how to avoid overlap that could be disruptive, and it sort of, I think, follows on a theme that was brought up, that SCP is focused on informing how products are made and formulated, right? And I think in this collaboration, it would be helpful to do this with the end of life in mind, with data from hazardous waste management of what actually happens, with products at the end of life, and what hazards and risks become relevant at the end of life that could be addressed through, changes in upstream formulation during the product design. So that is sort of my macro point, and then also an overlap for electronics specifically. I just wanted to highlight that there are, existing regulations on extended producer responsibility in California. And also, there's voluntary take-back programs that many manufacturers, including Amazon, have, where, consumers can return devices at the end of life. And so I think it's important to also look at that as you're considering how to plug in, because, we would want to avoid doing anything that would, confuse consumers about what they are to do with their batteries or electronics at the end of life. I think one bottleneck is that consumers don't return devices, or don't, even if it's free, even if there is a pathway, they are not aware of the pathway. So if we do anything that makes that harder, right, like that could be an unintended consequence we want to avoid. And with the EPR, of course, we want to make sure that it's, harmonized, and we avoid kind of doubling up on existing regulations and systems.
Great, Matteo. Ryan, you have a response?
Yeah, and wanted to provide a little bit more context, and thank you, Matteo, for the discussion on just batteries itself and electronics. Yesterday I was at a household hazardous waste information exchange, and it's been there for a long time, but it's been growing, batteries, electronics, and it's problematic. The last speaker there had a big list and listed 5 categories of things that they see at a household, and personal electronics, household gadgets and appliances, power tools and outdoor equipment, transport, mobility, and toys and life cycle or lifestyle. There was more than 50 little items listed in those 5 categories. And they're showing up at some household hazardous waste facilities, but a lot are going into a landfill, and a lot of them have lithium-ion batteries and different things like that. And it's interesting how, and to his point, that people, they throw them away. They don't know. Vapes are another big one. Like people put them in the trash. I see them on the side of the road all the time. Very good point, Matteo. Thank you.
And thank you, Ryan. I have Emma, and then Kelly, and then I have a comment as well. Emma.
Thank you, Matteo, for introducing the important topic, which is redesign upfront and extended producer responsibility. I tried to throw that one in earlier. No one bit. Yeah, and consumer behavior, returning, knowing where they can return products to make a difference and influencing that. Yes, that's a big issue. But I think largely what Matteo just did, and I will amplify, and maybe Helen will say something too, is it's really stepping back to look at how you can influence how it became a waste and became a hazardous waste, or influence it to not become a waste and not become a hazardous waste. So it's really the upstream piece. I think engaging with the sort of burgeoning EPR universe on that is one of the key ways that that's going to be addressed, right? When people have to return things as incentive to return take back for the producer. And then secondly, utilizing, I think, existing green chemistry and engineering knowledge help reduce the amount of hazardous waste or prevent it from being a hazardous waste. is important. And I'm thinking about the pharmaceutical industry, who's made significant innovation in solvent reduction, for example, and finding alternatives. So it's a big challenge, but I think there are a lot of resources and technical know-how that could be implemented. Then you come to the, okay, so how do the two programs and utilize that existing knowledge into your regulatory structure to push for that change and push for that, or cradle to cradle rather than cradle to grave, whether you're talking about the actual cradle or the cradle when it becomes hazardous. That's a really big picture, and I'm not giving you an answer, but I'm saying that I think there are tools and avenues to explore and communities to bring in, talk to, who can start to bite at this problem. I'm letting Helen in.
Sorry.
It was a joint. It's okay.
It was EPR.
We're having a
I had a related question. We were talking about EPR as being sort of a really important part of diversion. In those large numbers for e-waste, there is the system already, as Matteo was saying. If more e-waste comes in, if we're generating more e-waste in the state, but it's all going into the existing programs, how would that affect like a metric? Because the volume would be going up, but it would be diverting. So, I mean, is it net or like, is that something that we can, I mean, like how, because it's like we want it to all get diverted, but it doesn't necessarily help you in a metric if it's net.
That's been one of our challenges, especially with that type of waste stream. Because if you're only looking at reductions, what household hazardous waste collection is, it's collection, so it's diverting it from improper management. And so I've been saying for a couple of years that my staff is an increase in the collection at a household hazardous waste facility. If you see more there, that's a good thing. That's an improvement. And so we kind of want to see, but it's hard to tell if it's improved collection or just improved, like more people moving around and now. So it could be good or bad. Yeah. But that one's hard because we want to kind of see collection increase and improve.
Kelly, please.
This is a great topic, and the staff team have teed this up, I think, really efficiently. I'm very impressed because it's such a hard topic to tee up. So I thank you for bringing this to us. And I also really appreciate the challenge of what you've been asked to do by the board. And it's really nice to have this conversation here to support your work, because I do think one of the messages to the board is probably one they don't want to hear. So that's part of our job to help do that. I'm going to jump around a little bit. When you showed the first graphs of waste generated, soil was on the bottom, but I kind of wanted it to be on top because it's the thing that varies a lot. And is it true that it's varying because of economic conditions like development and things like that?
That is something that we've seen over time, that economics can really drive soil generation. We think that's true now. We have seen a significant reduction in the last couple of years compared to the previous few years. So yeah, we think it's related to economics largely.
Yeah, so we actually don't want that to go down if we want housing to increase in California, and we want to reuse infill lands, a lot of which are brownfields. So it's kind of, so I'm raising that because that's a good example of something that's actually important to allow people to have homes and land to get reused that's sitting in the middle of. I just took the train past a bunch of old industrial in Berkeley that's just sitting there that probably could be homes if that could be done properly. Also note that the electronics, another one where you showed a really sharp trend. So much of that has to do with market forces, to shift away from CRTs, they drop. all the new electronics that are coming out there, bigger and better tech TVs over the last few years. I mean, my husband keeps wanting the bigger and better TV that all we're doing is watching baseball games on. So, how big does it have to be? So,
It's a good day for baseball.
yeah. So, a little Giants fan, is there a Giants box still in the, the green ribbon bingo card? Anyway, but market changes are really driving some of the forces. So those are a couple of things where the department is both not in control and in some ways wanting to not get in the way of some of those things. And so that makes the policy decisions hard. And some of the cleanup technologies might be worse than the alternative. So it just kind of sticking that there. I want to note I was thrilled to see the SB 14 reports being used. I was involved in writing the original law and the follow-up laws, and some of that language about harm reduction I was involved in negotiating. And so I'm really excited to see that there. One of the things that this program does is use tools like green screen, other rating systems to rate the hazard of various kinds of chemicals. And I'm wondering if there might be a relatively simple way, maybe drawing on some other standards, to rate hazard. And so that the program could reflect the shift in reduction of hazard and get bennies for that. Because the shift from chlorinated solvents to alcohols, for example, that's a huge hazard reduction, and that's a meaningful life difference for workers. And so even though the disposal method might be the same, that difference is something that's a really huge win for California. Let's see, I agree with others who've commented on EPR. This program, I believe one of the regulatory remedies is EPR. So there could be potentially some nexus between waste streams that you see in this program in that area. And so I'll just call that out. Another one that I kind of got stuck on when you show the categories, they're really broad. And so it's hard to tell which industries are generating it. So again, it's my understanding the regs and the mandate of the law is to look at the full life cycle. So in theory, the authority is there. It's really, is there compelling evidence that this is a really important thing to do? There's something harming California. So if California doesn't have enough hazardous waste management capacity and we've got something that generates a lot of hazardous waste, then that does seem like something, if there's that nexus there. But that means having much more granular data than you have available right now. And that's a challenge. That might be a task that goes into a work plan to try to figure out in more detail who's generating which kinds of waste that are important, and then examining the nexus between that and products. Seems like a multi-step process to do that. And the old pollution prevention program back in the SP 14 days was also trying to do that, to pick categories and really work through and see what measures could be implemented, like we were mentioning pharmaceuticals, because you use that example. And that requires an investment of resources to get a return. So that another conversation there. Another example for me is questions like oil drilling waste. That's a big category. Is that hazardous? Maybe in some instances, I don't know if it's ever hazardous because of the products that are added to the drilling fluid, and how much of that is stuff that comes out of the ground that makes it hazardous. So that's a really huge difference, because products, we can think about, the other stuff is probably not belonging here. We've been talking about categories of waste that aren't necessarily included or whatever. I'm worried about some of the things that have been active in chemicals regulation. Brominated flame retardants, they're still in a lot of people's furniture sitting in their homes. I'm particularly worried about the aqueous firefighting foams that are PFAS based, the AFFF. Right now, it's my understanding that's not hazardous in California. And there's still legacy stuff sitting around. I would dearly love if that were hazardous, because of where it might go in the environment if it's out there. And that makes more waste. So that's another public policy problem. Ultimately, I think the most important thing this program does is prevent future waste streams. So it's preventing future hazardous waste. Our system makes it really costly and not very desirable to take that PFAS stuff and decide that it's hazardous waste. So we probably won't ever do that, but we're creating all kinds of PFAS containing stuff out there right now that is harmful. And this program has been charged to get some reductions in that area. And there's other efforts that are similar. like that, that this kind of upstream work is really preventing the complete and total disaster, what our state might look like without that. I had a couple other notes that I did want to mention. I think the big goal problem is really a problem with the board. And I guess you're kind of hearing that from all of us, that there might be some minor contributions here and some things that can be done. There's also there's some things that are being done to generate that. So the hazard ranking kind of thing might be a good thing. And then I'm also thinking that you might want to be talking to pesticides regulators, because at least some of that dirty dirt is dirty dirt because of the pesticides that were put under buildings, either in the paint and around the building, or under the building to control, say, termites, so DDT and all the rest. And there's a whole new generations of that going on. So just thinking through whether there's any contribution for preventing future dirty dirt from our existing pesticides might be something to think about. And thank you very much. This is really important work for California. Thanks, Scott.
Yep, Helen has a response. And then we do have a pretty big lineup of people who want to have comments. So we've got 25 minutes left. So
the thing I was going to point out from what Kelly had said is a reminder that some of the hazardous waste has a very long life, like building materials and so on. And so even if today we snapped our fingers and got rid of things, it's not going to help us for this metrics. So not to say we shouldn't do it, just to say that as we're setting the metrics, we just have to bear in mind that some of these are going to have a really, really long life cycle.
Nice. So I have a comment, and then I've got Elaine, Mateo, Robin, and Mike. So my comment is one of, I was really struck by Kayla in showcasing that, if we moved from, certain non-halogenated solvents to, halogenated solvents to non-halogenated solvents, where we might reduce harm, we still haven't reduced anything with regard to hazardous waste. And I think that's a compelling lesson for this space, because, we do focus on moving towards safer, but somehow we're okay, but okay, we've done it, but but our products still aren't fundamentally benign, right? This is a continuous improvement process. And I think what you've elevated is also our space. And I fall prey to this. We really look at the endpoints of carcinogens and reproductive toxicants, and we fail to really elevate things like ignitability and corrosivity. And these are the exact endpoints that affect workers, right? Not maybe the general public. Yes, we definitely have products that are corrosive, for sure. But what I like about this elevation is that it does tie back more to some of the priorities in this program about protecting worker health. And so we can't forget some of these additional hazard endpoints. They're really critical to overall, safer pathways. They are captured in our hazard assessment methodologies, corrosivity, flammability, these are captured. So we are tracking them to see what's better. We need to elevate that more. And again, this is a continuous process of improvement. And I think what you all are showing is this connections of saying also where we also need to head. Great, we've reduced the reproductive toxicity of the solvent. We haven't reduced its flammability. It's still harmful, and we still have to make that known. I do think this question of volume versus harm reduction, it's going to be a both and in some way, shape, or form. But I think there's creative ways of maybe tying both of them. I mean, there's options of doing like hazard weighted indicators that are tied to waste tonnage, right? You can weight the tonnage reductions by hazard, like do a weighted score, right, to look at that. Another metric that might be used, again, measurable, is purely hazard reduction tied to specific endpoints. I remember the director of the Toxic Use Reduction Institute at Massachusetts had a goal for the state of like complete reductions of the use of carcinogens in Massachusetts. Looking like making a goal of phasing out chemistries that have specific toxicity endpoints. People talk a lot about cancer. People talk a lot about birth defects, right? So making goals around developmental reproductive toxicant goals or carcinogen goals, and the chemistries and the hazardous waste that are tied to it are powerful. I also think there's opportunities in doing like joint goals. Like I just made one up and it doesn't make any sense, but to reduce TCE in waste streams by 30% by 2030 through the joint action of SCP and hazardous waste action on degreasing and cleaning products, right? Again, looking at that Venn diagram and saying, what can we do together through product categories and reduction of hazardous waste and harm? Like just, those are very much more specific, but beautiful because it's the entire, it's de-siloing the department and saying what we can do together. And I also, and I'll stop there. So the next up is Elaine. Oh, I'm sorry, there's some thoughts. So Heather and then Emma.
Be quick. I just want to say that I agree with you, Molly, that the different types of hazards are going to be really important when you're talking about reductions of hazards. So flammability versus a potentially category 1 CMR. And I think Kelly mentioned the existing CHA method. So things like green screen, Chem Forward, even the Safer Choice program, that level of granularity does exist when you do the full chemical hazard assessment at the level of reporting. So it might be a benchmark 1, but you can understand why it's a benchmark 1. So there's a few different levers within the systems that already exist to say, these are the chemicals that you should avoid. In Chem Forward, it's Ds and Fs, but you can also go that next level and say, well, why was it an F hazard band? It was a category 1 CMR. And so you can get that level of granularity as to what hazards were reduced or avoided in the existing infrastructure of chemical hazard assessments.
Heather, Emma has a follow-up as well as Mateo.
In the SCP way, I think, Molly, that you just said that the hazardous waste program can take a chemical that is a major driver of hazardous waste, and they associate it with a product, and you can have a chemical product combination, and then SCP addresses. So you're just feeding right into the chemical list and the priority product combination. And I know we talked about 3-year priority product work plans and narrowing them and everything, but you've got a problem, feed it straight into the SCP's chemical product combination. Some cases, solvents, there's, like we were saying, there's a lot of resources out there. The alternatives analyses have largely been done in various ways, or at least the hazard assessments have been done for people then to learn to move to other solvents. And you're going to get the, oh, but that solvent doesn't work as well as that halogenated one. Oh, well, do you really need it to? Just your process a little bit and find another one. I think that's a ripe opportunity. So just really saying what Molly said in a slightly different way.
And Mateo.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, so something that Emma said made me think more about the harm reduction versus volume reduction question, which, I think depending on the category of waste that you're looking at, and specifically for pride, like electronics, I think it'd be important to look, at the whole pie of end of life scenarios that the product could end up with, and set a target around, increasing the percentage that goes into the best end of life scenarios. So for electronics, it would be, returned to the manufacturer so they could reuse it and or recycle it appropriately. And the next best would be, recycling, and, one of the worst would be hazardous waste, right? But I think important to look at the whole pie, and while you may not always be able to control volume, if you can shift the balance towards the more desirable slices, right? That is an important frame of mind to have.
Yeah, really interesting. Mateo, Jen's got a follow-up.
Mine was to what Emma said also. You said earlier, working in communities or like working with groups, perhaps. And it made me think about the work that was done on AFFF, where, you know, there was a military specification. So like maybe in the realm of aerospace or one of these other generator categories that you had in your pie chart, they may be bound to using a certain solvent or a certain process, but maybe in collaboration, we could get that standard changed. It is a very long process to do that, or often takes lots of different actors in the space, but that collaboration could then result in the reduction of the use of the worst solvents, maybe in the case of solvents.
I'm not sure if everybody's comments are just being reinforced, but my list has dropped from 5 to 0 of people who had things to say. Okay, we've got Julie back. And Elaine, I know you had your hand up for a while, but it's no longer there. So I do want to give you the chance if there was something to say, but Julie.
Yeah, some really great conversation here. And I want to thank the team for the great presentation and the data and everybody's input. I just want to circle back to 2 comments. A big fan and supporter of extended producer responsibility as a motivator, but also Molly's comment that we generally are not to the point where the products are benign, and making sure that if it's a hazardous waste, it's treated as a hazardous waste. It's not recycled back into a new product that's still toxic. So we just see that again and again with electronic waste, trying to manage it, but then you get toxics back in the products, which in a more diverse range of products, which distributes the problem. But overall, definitely see that there needs to be some the collaboration here and opportunities, and the volume versus hazard or mass versus hazard is something that we've seen a lot of. The solar panel community, for instance, has published many papers on volume of waste relative to all of municipal waste as being very small, but neglecting that maybe the toxicity or hazard concerns are disproportionately high in some of these products that may be lower volume relative to everything that's discarded in the world. So anyway, just some thoughts in response to various comments. Appreciate the conversation.
I'm not seeing any hands, but one of the, I'm maybe it was Karen who raised it or Kayla, but it's just this question of, if the process chemistry is not in the product itself, can it be a focus of this program? And it was mentioned, I think, with regard to plating acids, but I think this is also true for a number of, I was having so many aha moments about certain product and product categories, and like, oh my gosh, the program could take that on, the program could take that on. Photovoltaics being one of them, but I think in the product itself, it's not necessarily posing an exposure risk to consumers, but it's exposing a risk absolutely during its manufacture and absolutely at end of life. So there is this question of, is that in the realm of authority of this program to take on if there's not direct exposure harm concerns to consumers, but yet it is absolutely at some point in time of its life? Because I think answering this can expose the other opportunities of the nexus between these 2 programs.
It depends. Does that help?
That's not the answer I was
Not the
looking
answer.
for.
It will depend entirely on how we are looking at and defining the product, because I think take a step back and remember that the Safer Consumer Products Program has a very broad definition of what a consumer product is. It is not just the consumer products that we are buying on the shelves. It is also inclusive of products that are sold or used or bought or loaned or leased for any reason, for any purpose. So it can be a business to business product. And so I think that we can't answer this in a hypothetical. It would really come down to the specific product.
All right, so wait and see. But I think a lot of the product categories and sectors that you all raised, it just poses some really interesting questions about potential priority products for this program, and it'll test some of these questions. Good. Any other final questions or, oh, excuse me, my co-chair has one.
Yeah,
Mike.
I was sneaky and put my card back up. So a lot of what I had been thinking was said by others. Emma caught a lot, because I really want to stress that if you're looking for ways to work together, a great way to work together is they're putting together the priority product plan, which they're in the, but there's no reason if you go with them and say, hey, we want you to look at that combination, but as it generates hazardous waste, because hazardous waste is often generated by the person making the chemical of concern. They're generally going to have some nature. So if you're part and parcel of that conversation, then that allows them to sneak in now that that's part of the public conversation, we're going to look at that in the alternative analyses so you can prove to us that you have reduced the potential for generation of hazardous waste in the manufacturing of those chemicals somehow. Mm-hmm. The other thought I had is we've talked, not this time so far, but about giving grants to people to develop greener, safer chemistry. There is no reason that part of that grant can't be that safer, greener chemistry has to reduce hazardous waste generated by its usage. So those are just some thoughts I had on potential areas of collaboration.
Great. Any other final thoughts on this topic? I don't know if Ryan and your Emma. Great.
Is this an opportunity just to ask questions for the hazardous waste program? How do you collect your data for hazardous waste?
Carefully. No, we got there's multiple sources. The primary one is through the manifest. That long story. It goes to this database called, so a generator creates the manifest. It travels along with the waste. Then the manifest itself has to go to US EPA and their database. That gets kicked back over to our system. And that's what we see as HWTS, Hazardous Waste Tracking System. And that provides us information on all the manifested data. What that shows is the generator, the transporters, if there are multiple, and the endpoint where it goes. Within that, they include waste codes and management codes and the estimated amount of waste generated. So the coding there's over 600 waste codes. Federal government has their waste codes, California, and we have our own as well. In combination, there's 600 plus. So we take that information and we'll kick it into our system that we've been using to generate our data. Universal waste is different. There's multiple sources. There's not one. I think there's 7 different either databases or just reports surveys. They're usually voluntary. That's for universal waste. Household hazardous waste is different. It also collects some universal waste data, but typically it lives with CalRecycle on this thing called the Form 303, and where a household hazardous waste facility fills that thing out. So there's, I think, 10 data sources that we have to try and cobble this information together. Primarily, it comes from the manifested data.
So the impetus for the generator of the waste to report is the risk of violation of the law.
Yes.
But to add to that, and they take it very seriously because the penalties are extremely harsh and personal.
Yes.
This is back from my battery company days. We took it extremely seriously.
And that's just the stuff that gets sent off site. There's waste managed on site as well. And if you're managing it on site, it's not on a manifest. There's other means to try and track that, but it's not necessarily easy to get or easy to see. And I'll leave that there.
And then if I may, on the matter of hazardous waste that is soil or dirty dirt, as Kelly called it, my thinking earlier in the conversation, well, this is a lot of legacy pollution that happens to be dug up. And that's true, but Kelly also made an interesting point about the things we spray and paint onto our houses that could yield that hazardous soil in the future. And I hadn't thought about that. And wow, that's a big opportunity, a big, complex, messy opportunity.
I will say that what we've found in soil is lead. That's the big driver of what's the primary constituent. It seems to be lead, either low concentrations, but still there. For both, we have a term non-RCRA, which is hazardous in California, and then RCRA hazardous waste is the hazardous waste that's identified as hazardous federally. Both of those, when we looked at them, it's lead as the primary driver, and then you have arsenic. California soils have a lot of arsenic in it. Asbestos is in there, zinc. So some of it's naturally occurring constituents, some of it is legacy.
Any other comments on this topic? Reactions, questions? Well, thank you. Awesome. Also, I think yet another topic for future conversations, a topic that just got started. So we thank you for it. Yeah.
And thank you. This was a pleasure. And yeah, we hope to be back and have much more of these conversations. These are enlightening.
Great. All right. Well, I think we've come to the end of our day. I was asked to try to summarize where we've been, and that's impossible. But I have tracked some high-level themes. Again, I think my call to all of you to focus on this question of impact was, I think, heard. And I really felt it throughout the conversations and the remarks that all of us made. For the first topic around priority products, I think we had this healthy tension of broad versus narrow. And that one's a complex one. It's up to the program to figure out the best way forward. And I think you've probably tested multiple options already, right? But that's still a question. And I think there was a number of helpful ideas offered about how to, for continued engagement around the outreach that you're doing and hearing from interested parties around priorities. And the second conversation about retailers, I think we elevated a number of these drivers for change that spread across multiple dimensions of our conversations today. Again, going back to impact, but really interesting, I think, to hear about retailers as a possible realm of future collaboration in a much deeper way with this program, knowing the impact that they have to make the change that we're all trying to see together. Also, just the conversation about RSLs, there's much more there to unpack. And it's, I think, interesting to delve deeper into the possibilities there across sectors, across what they do and what they don't do, in terms of what they cover that isn't covered by authoritative lists, but also recognizing that there are just a list and not a designation of something that's just because it's on the list doesn't mean it's safer. In terms of this bridging the gap, and trying to look to making impact, knowing that we aren't getting a lot of uptake in terms of alternatives analyses in the program. Heard a lot about this question of defining that. It all starts with defining the chemical product combination and what more can be done there, and signaling the kind of change and ensuring that we might, avoiding regrettable substitutes along the way, knowing that a lot of effort by industry is moving ahead of the regulatory signals themselves. This potential of asking for more information looks promising, but what that information looks like in order to get compliance is a future challenge to unravel. I also appreciated Mike's last response here, that just because we aren't getting an AA on something, like we probably won't expect one on the 1,4-dioxin, given that people are just seeking to eliminate it, doesn't mean that we're not making impact. That alone is impact, right? So just the number of AA submitted is not necessarily a measure of success. And this last conversation about the hazardous waste program, I just think it exposes, a very challenging dilemma for the program itself, and showing impact that that source reduction alone can't be an overarching metric. The notion of the Venn diagram, right? There's so much potential. I think what you all came to this group with is, again, breaking down the silos between these two really important programs and seeing what can be done collectively together to address and to have a greater impact. So I think we've made progress in some dimensions, and I look forward to the conversation tomorrow, which is, I don't know if we can pull up the agenda for tomorrow. We'll be meeting at 10:45. The meeting will start, so a little later in the morning. And I think our main agenda is to review some the strategic plan and metrics and program evaluation opportunities for the program tomorrow. So Robin's going to lead us through that. Okay. Michael Ernst is going to primarily lead us through that discussion tomorrow. So that's going to be our main topic that the panel is going to address. And so with that, I think our job is done here for today. Anything else before we close out? Just the standard, just as a reminder to all the panelists, we need to comply with the Bagley Clean Open Meeting Act and refrain from discussing any of these agenda items outside of this meeting. So with that, a huge gratitude to all of you, to all of the speakers today, and to the great conversation that we had within this panel. So thank you.